Hello, everyone. Wrong window. There we go. I hope you are having a good Sunday, or whatever day it is where you are. Niverio did something for this puzzle that I did not know you could do, which is that Niverio had somehow set it up so that the link pre-included the bet tree. I'm curious how that works, but I assume it was intentional. So anyway, hopefully everyone is doing well. We get to start with this puzzle. So this puzzle was voted on by supporters Ken, Niverio, Luda, David, Russ, Derek, Eric, and David. Thank you very much to all of you. I said David twice. I wonder who I did not say when I wrote David. Oh, because that says Daniel. That doesn't say David. I see. I can't read my own writing. Oh no, you can't. We can't see your cat yet, Isabella. Is it your cat or is it just a cat? Alrighty. But anyway, if you don't know what we do around here, we do Sudoku puzzles mostly, and other puzzles that are related to Sudoku puzzles. So we have this. We've got our number pen. And supporters get to vote for what puzzle I start with. So this is the puzzle that was voted for. So we have 4 different colored dots. The 4 colors represent white dots, black dots, V's, and X's. And we just have to decide which one is which. I guess the setter was Niverio. So that's to say one of these means consecutive. One of these means ratio of 2 to 1. One of them means sums to 10, and one of them means sums to 5. Okay. So there's a gimme down here, which is that green can't be X or V. Because if green was X or V, let's say green was V, I would need to put 2 3s here to make that work. So green is one of the 2 flavors of dot, and blue is the other flavor of dot for the same reason. So blue and green are black dots and white dots, which means that red and yellow are X's and V's. Okay, so we now have it down to sort of like 2 50-50s as to how this exactly works. The fact that one of these is V's is really interesting, because that means we've got just a smattering of low digits in one of these places. So what's interesting here is whichever of these is V's, it would put a lot of pressure if it was paired with black dots. Okay. Now that's true. Garion makes a good point, which is that now that we know what these things are, I actually know the total sum of these digits is 15. And I know that 2 of these sum to 5. And 2 of them have a ratio, 2 of them sum to 5, 2 of them sum to 10, and then we need to make all of these things work out. So let's just sort of imagine the world. Let's just storyboard the world where this is a V and it's a 1-4. 1-4 would work, actually, because then I could put a 2 across the white dot and an 8 across the black dot. That would work. And so now I would have, I'm saying basically this arrangement seems valid. Oh. Jay makes a good point. This can't possibly be a V, because I know these cells add to 15, so if red was V, then these cells would add to 20, but 6 cells always add to at least 21. And so red is not V, red is X, and yellow is V, and so I'm going to start by populating 1, 2, 3, 4 onto all the yellows. which is helpful, presumably. Okay, so now, what if these are 2, 3? Is that going to work? Because it worked if they were 1, 4. What if they're 2, 3 instead? Then I need these digits to add to 10. They certainly couldn't be 1, 9, so they would have to be 4, 6. But they can't be 4, 6, right? I don't think there's any way this works, because I have 2 different black dots, but I can't use... yeah, so that doesn't work. So these are not 2, 3. These are 1, 4. Okay, so now that tells me that green is not black dots. Because if green was black dots, these would have to be 4, 6, since they're looked at by a 1, 4. But they can't be 3, 6, because that would be 3 3 6s in the box. So green is actually... green is white dots, and therefore blue is black dots, and therefore we can do our usual trick with black dots. Holy crap, that's like all the black dots in a row, actually. Do our usual trick with black dots to make this work. Okay, now the 4 here goes with an 8. I literally just did that, Tristan, but I can do it again for you. I think it is that I did it before my my computer decided that Niverio's puzzle was rather demanding, and so started to spin up the fan a bit. Okay, so back to what I was doing here. So this is a 1, 2, and a 4, 8. So these are a 2, 8. Let me just fill that in. So this is either a 1, 2, or a 4, 8. In any case, this is the 3, 6, because this one's also from 1, 2, or 4, 8. And this can't be a 2, 4, actually. If this was a 2, 4, this would be a 1, 8 black dot. That's not going to work. So this is always 1 or 8, which means this is always 2 or 4. In order to make that work. Okay, sadly... okay, so now what is this x? Because this is an x as well, and it's not 1, 9, or 2, 8, or 4, 6. This has got to be 3, 7. Just because of that. I see that Tallcat figured that out. This dot actually has to be 3, 6, which is going to get us a digit. Because if I can't use 2 or 8 on a black dot, then I have to be 3, 6. But there's already a 3, 7 pair here. And so this is a 3 and a 6. And we get to do... Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Always appreciate having a professional around. Yes, green is white dot. That is a good point. Green is white dot. So it's either... So this can't be the 4, because this isn't consecutive with any of these things. This has to be the 1. So that's the 4, and that's the 8, and that's the 2. I just missed the point where I had filled that in. So thank you. Thank you to the Jays for spotting that. Okay, so... These are a 9 and a something, a 9 and a 3. And so that's the... No, not a 9 and a 3. They're a 9 and a what? 1, 2, 3, 4. A 9 and a 5. Okay, so we've got all of those going on. Okay, so... Okay, and this is a black dot. This is a white dot. I wish there were like a fog of war thing where once you figured out what it would just replace it for you and stop showing you the ambiguity dot. That would be cool. That would actually be a really cool feature for ambiguity puzzles in general, if there was a way to like just click and have it disambiguate it for you once you knew what it was. So there's definitely a 4 down here by Sudoku, which means there's definitely a 6 in here by Sudoku. Let's see. Okay, that's a good point. So I can't put a 5 on an X. I can't put a 5 on a V. I can't put a 5 on a black dot. So I think it was Florian? No, it was Ilm. Points out 5 needs to go in one of these 2 cells. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so Ilm points out, Medi points out, boy, I'm not good at identifying names today. I actually have my 1, 2s, and 4s aligned in these 2 boxes, so that pushes by Jovi Wing 1, 2, and 4 to be in these cells, which means that I actually know that these cells are 6, 8, and 9. I'm not putting a 9 on a black dot, so I'm not putting a 1 in that cell. So this is 3 or 4, but it seems not to be a 3 because there's a 3 in the row. Thank you, Sven. So that is an 8 and a 2. And so now I can't put a 9 here because that would put an 8 there, and I already put an 8 there. So that's a 6 and a 4, and that's a 9 and a 1. This 6 here, oh, sorry, I was going to say something dumb. Oh, but this is just a 5 because it can't be a 7 because there's a 3, 7 looking at it. So that's a 9 and a 5. This is a 2, a 1, and a 4. And so remember, these are V's. So as soon as there's not a 4, this is a 2, 3. As soon as there's not a 1, this is a 2, 3. And now that's a 2, 3 pair. So these aren't 3, so these are 1, 4. So we've got all of that. Green is, I forget what. Green is white dot. Okay. Okay, so this needs a black dot number here. It doesn't have a lot of black dot numbers left because 6, 8, 2, and 3 are gone. So the only black dot numbers are 1 and 4. So this is a 1 or a 4. Oh, and it's apparently not a 4 either. So this is a 1 and a 2 and a 4 and a 1. Going over there. Okay, so this column is getting pretty clogged. So I still need a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7, 8, 9. That one's not an 8 or a 9, though. Let's see. If this were a 9, that would be an 8. That seems okay. Okay, I was hoping that would put pressure on this, but it did not. Where is 4 in this box? 4 is placed in box 4. Bye, Jay. Good luck with the travels. Let's see. 1 now needs to go in one of these 2 just by Sudoku. So 1 needs to go in one of these 2 by Sudoku. If this was 3, there's nothing that goes here, is the point, from Jim. Because if this is a 3, then this needs to be a 2 or a 4, and it can be neither. So this is a 2, a 3, a 3, and a 2. And now this is a 1 or a 3, but it's not a 3 by above, so that's the 1. That has given me the 6 and the 3 up here. These are therefore a 5 and something else, 5 and a 7, I believe. So this digit is not a 4, so it's a 6. Sorry, it's a 6 or an 8. This digit is a 2 or an 8, and it's not a 2, so it is an 8. There's a 2 in the row, so that's a 6. Unfortunately, 6 is the one that's useless. So this row is missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those aren't 8, so that is 8. This row is missing 1, 2, oops. Missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that, therefore, is the 7. That's the 1 and the 2. This box now is missing 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9. I need to install that magic mark everything button that Rangsk has. I have not gotten around to it yet, but Rangsk has a fancy mark everything button that I think Chameleon made. My favorite part about it is that it makes a little mark Goodlift pop up at the bottom. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 is what these are. So this is a 4, 6, 8. Okay, these add to 10 without being 1, 9, 2, 8, or 4, 6. So these have to be 3, 7, and I know the order. So now this column I can fill in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it can fill in 9, 5, and 2. So now these need to add to 10. They could be 4, 6, possibly, or 1, 9, I believe, are the options. Sorry, 4, 6, or 1, 9. Well, this can't be a 1, so that can't be a 9. If this were a 4, that would have to be a 5. Seems okay. If this were a 6, that would have to be a 5. Seems okay. If this were a 9, that would have to be an 8. Seems okay. This seems not to be a 5 anymore, for whatever reason. Let's see. Oh, there's a 1 placed on... Ah, yes, there is a 1 placed on this dot by Sudoku. Beautiful spot from Garion. 1, 9, 8 go in, so that is a 3 and a 9. So this is not an 8. This is an 8 or 9, so that's a 5, 7 pair in the column. So those are 8, 9. If this were a 9, that would be an 8. And if this were 8, that would be a 7. So there's always an 8 in one of these two cells, which together with this 8 places an 8 here, for whatever that's worth. Probably a good bit now that I can fill in the rest of this column, because this column is still missing a 4 and a 6, actually. So this digit needs to be next to a 4 or a 6, so it is a 3, 5, or 7. And I have Sven to tell me that it can't be a 5 or a 7, so this is a 3. So this can't be a 6, so it's a 4. That's the 6, and therefore this is a 2. This now is the last digit for its column. It's a 9. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that is a 5, a 7, and a 1. Making that an 8 and a 9. Making that an 8. Meaning these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So those aren't 4, so that is 4. That's not 6, so that is 6. So this digit is given 2, 3, 4. It's a 5. So that's a 7 and a 5. Useless, always. This is a 4 or a 6, but it's a 6, so that's a 4. Let's see. So this is a triple. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's the 7, the 5, the 7, the 5, the 7, the 5. That is the 6 and the 8. These two are a pair of 1, 2... One of them, no, none of them are 3. So that's the 3, is the point for the row. These are a pair of 4, which goes there. No, not 4. 4, 5, 6, 7 and 9. Like that. And then the betting tree is a 3. Congratulations to Bremster and Jaleb. and all other 3-betters. Let's see, Panthera is in the always bet 3 category. Do you always bet 3, David? I forget, or do you mix it up? But anyway, congratulations from Zach and I to all of the 3-betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Yes, I really appreciate the holiday betting tree. I think it is it is extra adorable. Chameleon really knocks it out of the park with the various little CTC add-ons. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break. And spoiler, I'm going to come back with another Niverio puzzle because I thought I was doing a different Niverio puzzle than this one, and I'm going to do the other one now, so I'll be right back. And we are back, and while I was... Oops. Oh no, I lost my chat. While I was gone, we got an awesome donation from David, who donates $30, celebrating their bet sell win, and celebrating the fact that we have 30+ viewers. So thank you very much, David. We get a donation dance for you. Woohoo! Thank you very much from Zach and I, David. Much appreciated. Your generosity is always appreciated around here. Also, it would be a fantastic time, as Eric in chat says, to put a like on the stream. Just click the little thumb button if you're not familiar with it. The little thumb button will do everything for you. So we have that. Okay. So this is a puzzle that I've been meaning to do by Niverio for God knows since it released, which I feel like at this point might have been like 4 months ago or something. So this is a weird numbered rooms variant, which is an interesting idea because what's actually happening here is that outside clues here, the clues are actually what the numbered rooms are numbering. So the digit closest to the clue index is at which cell separating border the clue constraint lives, counting from that direction. So for example, if this was a 3, it would be saying 1, 2, 3 in here. It would be saying that this is a white dot. If I count correctly, 1, 2, 3. And so therefore these two digits would need to be separated by 1. So that is very interesting. Okay. And I'm just going to use the little X's to mark the relevant things. We'll just have to sort of keep track of what they are. All right, so first of all, I do promise, by the way, that Niverio sets puzzles that are not about black dots, white dots, X's, and V's. So I'm going to note that if I were to just sort of spin in this cell, so first of all, nothing in front of one of these clues can ever be a 9. Okay, maybe that's the first place to start, right? Nothing in front of one of these clues can ever be a 9, so I think we can actually write this into a 9 immediately, because there are only 8 borders. So there's no 9th border, so I think this is a 9 just for free. So we can bring out Zach again. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I love how no matter how many dances he does, he always brings the energy to the stream. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe like this cell? Now I'm noticing that now that I look at this is now extra interesting. 'Cause it can't be 8 or 9, but I certainly can't be placing this on the 2nd border, the 3rd border, the 4th border, or the 5th border either. Because all of those borders would share it with an 8 or a 9, and I can't have an 8 or a 9 involved in one of those. So we get that. So if this is a 1, that would be a 4. And then this could be a 6 or a 7. Which is interesting. If this were a 1, it would break the column 2 clue. If this is a 1, that's a 4. Well, if this were a 1, that would be a 9. What's wrong with this cell being a 9? Oh, right. I can't put a 9 there in front of a question mark because I can never put a 9 in front of a clue. Got it. Okay. So the reason this can't be a 1 that directionary spotted is very clever. If this is a 1, it makes that a 9, but we just said there's no 9s in front of clues. So therefore, this is only a 6 or a 7. And so if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's one of these two walls. So therefore, this is always a 1, 2, 3, or 4 by this. And then one of these two is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. This V's also got a lot of restrictions on it now. So it can't be an 8 or a 9. It can't be pointing at anything below here. So this would be 1, 2, 3. It can't be pointing at 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 for walls. So this can only be 1, 2, or 3 that this is pointing at. So this is either pointing there, or there, or there. Now, Jaleb points out this can't be a 1, because if this was a 1, I would be putting 2 4s into box 1, which I cannot do. So this is a 2 or a 3 only. So that is, it's referring to that one or that one. Okay, and now, actually, because these definitely, both clues definitively involve that cell, so they must be referring to the same V, which is very interesting. I don't know if that means these add to 10 or add to less than 10. I have not decided yet. But it's being pointed out that the V has to be 1, 4. It can't be 2, 3. And so one of these two is 1, 4. But chat's point is that if this is a 2, it makes these two 1, 4, but also makes that a 1, 4 because of this clue. So it's not a 2. This is a 3. Meaning that my V is actually here. Let's see. We'll make V's red. 1, 2, 3 is my V. So that's a 1 or a 4. And now from this side, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so they sum to 9. Okay. That sounds right. Oh, wow, that is a delightful cat, Isabella. So I also have a V going 1, 2, 3 this way, and that's also a 1, 4 flavor of V. So we've got that. Let me fill in the rest of this column. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I don't think this can be a 2. If this is a 2, it would be saying these two digits have a black dot relationship, but no black dot digit is available, so that's not a 2. Excellent. Carl points out this being a 1 actually just flat out doesn't work, because if this is a 1, it's saying that these two are in an X relationship, but that would put 2 9s in the box, so that's a 4 and a 1. And now that's saying that this cell is a white dot. And so by virtue of this being a white dot, that's a 2, a 4, and a 1. And therefore that's a 9, because this is an X. My X's are going to be black. So we've got that. Okay, so lots of stuff popping off. Okay, let's see. If this were a 2, it would be saying there's some relationship over there. Okay, I don't think that's going to do much for me. So 9 in this row can only go in one of those two cells. Let's see. 9 in this column I guess, has options, annoyingly. 9 in this row has options. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to chase 9s down for the moment. This is a 5 or a 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's either there or there. Interesting. Yes, there's an X in row 1 is an interesting point from Isabella. So where does the X in row 1 go? So it could be 2, 8 and go anywhere. Otherwise, it's 3, 7 and goes there. But I don't think we know which of those it is. Okay, I didn't actually ever mark this X. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is an X for sure. It's an X, but I don't think I know what it is. Oh, it could even be 4, 6 there, I guess, is the point. But the point is it can't be 1, 2, or 3. So I guess the point is I have to sort of like full goodlift this, and then think about, okay, if this is a 2, this could be an 8, that's fine. If this is a 5 now, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we're there, that's not going to work. This can't be a 5. If we're a 6, well, that's definitely not going to work. If we're a 7, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's plausible. And if this is an 8, then we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's plausible too. So I think 2, 7, or 8 is fine. Isabella claims 2 doesn't work? Right. 2 doesn't work because 2 would be saying this is a 2, and then I have to make an X there because 1, 2, 3, and 4 are gone. That's very clever. So that's 7 and 8. Okay, so the 7 and 8 here are saying that either these two or these two add to 5. So this is always a 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know that knowing that this is 1, 2, 3, 4 is super useful. So 7 or 8. So because this is 7 or 8, that means this is either 6 or 7, based on that clue. Smart point from Carl. 9 is placed in box 1. The 9 just is there. And now I know where the 9 in row 1 is the point. That's the 9. Because remember, one of the two options for where the 9 could go was there, but now that's not a 9, so that is a 9. So now this 9 only goes in 2 places. Does anyone see a way to rule out one of those two from being a 9 easily? That would be cool. Let's see, 9 in row 9. Yeah, 9 in row 9 now. Slick. 9 in row 9 now is here, which makes that a 1 because of our X. Makes that not a 1. Slick. Eric claims that we know what this cell is, but I don't believe it. It's possible that if I fill in all the options, they'll be restricted. Let's see. We know where 2 goes in column 1. Yes, that's a smart point. Okay, this can't be 2, because if this was 2, I'd be saying these two add to 5, but the 2 and 4 are gone, which would break every way of making 2. So therefore, that's the 2. And therefore, this is a question mark. No reason why this X should be referring to this X, Eric. I mean, it could be. So this is not a 2. Okay, so if this is a 3, the only available black dot is 4, 8. Is that a problem? If this is 1, 2, 3, is there a reason these can't be 4, 8? I do not know. Right, this cell is involved in this V. So this can't be a 4 because of that V. So in fact, this is not a 3 because that's the 3. So one of these two is a 2 in order to make this work. 1, 2. Oh, it's not this one. This can't be 2 because this being 2 would require this to be a 9. So in fact, that's the 2. And so the V is actually in the 7th spot. So this is a 6, and I can fill in my X, although it's no longer relevant. But just for completeness sake. Oh, I can fill in my V here as well. So yeah, so that does give us the 4-8 pair that I previously mentioned. Because I said out loud, yes, this 3 is that, and then neglected it. Yes, I can place the X in row 4, points out Nicholas. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, this is some sort of X. It's not 1, 9 or 4, 6. So this is 2, 8 or 3, 7 for sure. So these are in some sort of relationship. So the relationship is not white dot because these are both odd. That's the point. So FJam clued in on this. Both of these cells are in a relationship according to this. I don't know what relationship. I'll just go ahead and make it blue for mystery relationship. But these two cells both see every even digit, 2, 4, 6, and 8. And so I can't make a V, a white dot, or a black dot without an even digit. So these can only sum to 10, which means they're 1, 9, or 3, 7, but they're not 3, 7. So they have to be 1, 9. That is an excellent spot to FJam there. Really cute setting there, by the way, Niverio. So we get R1 and R9 there. I'm going to go ahead and fill these in just because I can. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, those aren't 4. People are claiming I could do a little Sudoku on 9s. So there's a 9 there by Sudoku, and there is a 9 here by Sudoku, and there is a 9 here by Sudoku, and that's all the 9s. Makes sense that 9 would be the first digit you would sort of uncover in that way. Let's see. The V is in the 5th or 7th spot. Do I know anything more about that yet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not in the 5th spot because the V doesn't have a 9 on it. So it's in the 5th spot. Or sorry, it's in the 7th spot. So the V is red. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These digits V each other. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not a 1. That's not a 4. Let's see. I can write in some amount of forcing for this digit. 2, 3, 5, 7. If it was a 1, that would have to be a 2. That's okay. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. These would have to be 3, 6, but that's okay. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is not possible because it would put a 9 on it. And 8 is not possible because it would put a 5 on it. So this can only be 1 or 4. If it's 4, well, I guess then these could, yeah, then these would have to be 3, 6. If it's 1, then these have to be 1, 2. Okay. So I'm going to look at this one now. 2, 3, 9, 6, or 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's plausible. 2, 3, 4, 5. That would make this an 8. Seems okay. 8's never going to work because that would require these two to be consecutive. This now can't be a 4 because of the x. Because if this were a 4, I would need this to be a 1. So this is a 5. So now we can place our x. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No 5s there, no 5s there. What are your board games, Niverio? I'm curious what you're playing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, what happened, Niverio, is that the and then my brain went away. What happened is that people voted on a puzzle of yours from the bucket, and I did it, and I thought it was this puzzle, but then it wasn't, and then I was disappointed because I've been wanting to do this puzzle and I keep not doing it. So then I went ahead and was just like, okay, well, screw it, I'm going to do it anyway. All right, so Chad is claiming that this x has to be 2, 8, which is believable. It's not 1, 9, 3, 7, or 4, 6, so this is 2, 8. I agree. So this is a 3, a 4, or a 7, but it's not a 3, so this is a 4 or a 7. And so therefore, where is the 3 in this row? It's in one of these two cells, so these two cells aren't 3. Okay. Right. There's a 2, 8 pair here, so this is not an 8, points out Jaleb, so that's a 4, and that's an 8. And so this is a 4, 6, or 7 as we go about our merry way. 1, 2, 3, 4 would be these two. Ugh. Or 7 would be these two. Never mind. There's a white dot in column 9 that I now have access to, Isabella points out, in the 5th spot. 3, 4, 5. Which does give me an 8. Means neither of these are 8s. Now that 8 gives me a something over here. So this is a question mark. And so this can only be 1 or 8, but it can't be an 8. So this can only be 1. It's actually an X. Let's see. So we got that. This is either 1, 4, or 6. I don't think I know anything about any of that. I do know that this is a pair, though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are a 7, 8 pair. That 5 actually points at a black dot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It points at a black dot. What color is black dot? Do I not have a color for black dot yet? It can be pink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is a black dot. Okay, so this black dot is either 2, 4, which it's not. Because if this black dot was 2, 4, the problem is it would break this, because this would now be a 1, but it would need a 2. So this is not 2, 4, therefore it's only 3, 6. To make that work. So these digits are 1, 2, 4. That one's not the 1. So that is intriguing. Let's see. Let me fill in this top row just in case anything nice happens. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 5, 8 is what happens. Well, this one's not a 2 because there's a 1, 2, 4 triple in the box. Ah, there's a 1, 2, 4 triple in the box, so this isn't a 4 either. So that's a 6. No 6 down there. Okay. It's either these two. If this is a 1, what relation is this? It could be black dot or white dot, actually. It could be 1, 2. That's fine. But Garion points out, now that this is only a 1 or a 4, I can actually do a little bit of cleanup. I know that this V is no longer a 1, 4 V, because I can't have more than one 1, 4 pair in my box. So this is either involving those two, or it's involving these two. If it involved these two, it would have to be a 1 or an 8, both of which seem possible, unfortunately. Let's see. This can't be... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, I was going to say this can't be 2, 3 anymore. But in fact, actually, what I know is the 2, 3 that's on this X... By Sudoku, it goes here. So this cell's always a 2 or a 3. I don't know that that's going to help in any way, shape, or form, but it's cool. Let's see. Seven here would be these two. So if this is a 7, that has to be an 8. Okay. Okay. So, smart point from Isabella. This can't be an 8 because those two aren't anything. And harder, but Isabella claims this can't be an 8 because these two can't be anything. And so, is there a reason they... Oh, yes. If this was an 8, this would be a 2. Never mind. Okay, so if this is an 8, this would be a 2, and then this certainly can't be anything. Okay. So that's a 2-5 pair, which makes that an 8, which means that these two are something. And if either of them is a 7... Okay, so this one can't be a 7, I think is the point. If this is a 7, then this is a 4, and 4 and 7 aren't related. So this is always a 6. And I think this could be either of those, as things currently sit. This is a triple that I'm going to fill in. We need a 1. We've got a 2. We need a 3, a 4, 5. We need a 6. We got a 7, 8, and 9. No 1 there. So we've got 1, 3, 6 there. We've got a 4, 7 pair, intriguingly. So I guess maybe the thing is to look at what this 4 or 7 does. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't quite think I want to force that. Although it doesn't look good, if I'm honest. Or 7 would be there. I somehow like that even less. But I don't really want to think about it. Let's see. Garion says this can't be 5. If this were 5, I would be referring to those two. Where I'd need this to be a 1 or an 8, and it can't be a 1 or an 8. So, in fact, that's a 2 and a 5. Makes that an 8 and a 2. Means I have a mystery X here, owing to that 8. Well, 2 and 6 aren't related, so that's a 3 and a 6. So, therefore, this is a 7 and a 3, and that's a 3. And that's a 6 and a 1 and a 3, and a 5 and a 7, and a 7 and a 5, and a 4 and a 3. And a 7 and a 4, and an 8 and a 7. Uh-oh. Correct. The 2 clues actually here. Very sadly. because we were going to be done a lot. This is still a 3, though. This is still a 7, and a 5, and a 4, and a 3, and a 4, and a 7, and an 8, and a 7. So we still got all that. No, I was right the whole time. I just filled in the 8 clue. The rare moment where chat was wrong. So this still is a 3. 5 and 7, 6 and 1 and 3. Okay. Yeah, chat just bungled that this 2 did put an X down there, but this 8 put an X here. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so these are not 2 or 6, so these are not 5 or 8. These are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But that one's the 4 and the 6. Like that. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that one's the 8. These are a 4, 5. This is a... No, not that one. This is a 7. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 2. That 2, 3 pair, by the way, looks over and makes that a 6 and a 2. So we've got all of that. Okay, so let me look at these again. So 1 is possible. If this were 4, that's annoyingly also possible. So we've got that. What about this pair? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so it's not a 7. That's not a 4. But that's a 4, 5 pair. Placing a 7 is the point. Oh, apparently that was the last 7 in the grid, so I probably should have gotten that one before that point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this isn't 4 or 6. This isn't 1 or 4. This is the only place for a 6 in the row. So that's a 6. Jim with a spot. This question mark has placed a mystery X here. And so the mystery X means... Oh, no, the mystery X doesn't do anything because it could still be 5 or 8. How horrendous. Oh, but this one, the one in column 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, the one in column 8... 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, makes that need to be a 3 and a 2. In order to do that. Which resolves this mess up here. Like that. And now we go through this column. It's a 5, and this is a 3. Congratulations from Zach and I to all the 3-betters out there. Double 3-better is very impressive. So 2 3s in a row. Congratulations from Zach and I to all the 3-betters. May all your betting tree wishes, and I mean all of them, come true, since you've won 2 betting trees in a row. Very nice, Niverio. I liked this one a lot. This is a very cute pair of puzzles to do in a row, because they both involve sort of thinking about how X's and V's and white dots and black dots all pair together. Which is, I guess that is a bit of a recurring theme in Niverio's puzzles. Because I think that showed up in dynamic dots as well. But I feel like it's been refined well in these past 2 puzzles. Alrighty. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with another puzzle. Be right back. Alrighty, we're back with more dots, but also some renban this time. So we have to read the rules though, because I know that there's a few things, and yeah, I think having redundant clues in a puzzle like that is good, because the very end of the puzzle, it's very easy to end up sort of like having the entire like last 15 minutes of the puzzle be like check clue by clue by clue whether you've used it. So adding a few redundant clues to clean it up at the end is very nice. Okay, so the usual rules for black dots, white dots, consecutive, X's, V's. But two lines that map onto each other by 180-degree rotation form a single renban. So these two together form a renban. And these two together form a renban, meaning they form a string of consecutive digits in any order. Okay, so we need to be careful about that. Okay, so do you have a recommended betting tree, Florian? I'm going to start with my usual write 1, 2, 3, 4 onto here. Oh, it's funny. This can't be 1, 4. This has got to be 2, 3. Because if this was 1, 4, then this renban would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But this X would then have to be 4, 6. That doesn't work. So this has to be a 2, 3. The white dot across a renban is hilarious. This is either 1, 9 or 4, 6. I'm going to note while I think about these things. So yeah, so now this X, what is it going to be? Well, I can't repeat the 2 or the 3. And so this is either 1, 9 or 4, 6, but it's certainly not 1, 9, because then my renban would be 9 long. So this has got to be 4, 6, which does make this 1, 9, as several people in chat pointed out. So this is 4, 6. Okay, and so this white dot now has an 8 on it, because every white dot needs an even digit, and all the other even digits are gone. So this is from 7, 8, 9. And therefore... Oh, oops. Nice try. The 4, 6 looking at this means it's not a 4, 6. Well, that ruins all the logic that Florian baked beautifully into the puzzle, following the deduction that this X was also a 4, 6. All right. And so one of these two is a 5, and then we either have a 7 or a 1. To go with that. Okay. So having 2 black dots on here is interesting. Okay, I mean, I guess you need to have every digit except 1 or every digit except 9 on this thing. Okay, that's a smart point. Okay, so FJam's point is beautiful, which is that if I consider these two things together, betting tree in row 4, column 9, by the way. So FJam's beautiful point is that if I consider these together, I know that because it's a length 4 renban, there are 2 odds and 2 evens on these things. However, I know this is an even and an odd, and so therefore this is also an even and an odd. And so this is either 1, 2 or 3, 6. Those are my only options. if this was 3, 6, then this would be 4, 5. And if this was 1, 2, this would break. Because if this was 1, 2, then this would need to be 3, 4, but this sees a 3 across the bottom. So this is 3, 6, and this is 4, 5. This puzzle's adorable. I really love this. Okay, so this is just an outright known triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what this is. I'm not putting a 7 on a black dot. So this is either a 3 or a 4. Okay, so I'm not using... yeah, there's a 3-6 pair here looking at this per Eric. So we're going to get our digit dance here for this 4. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So this is a 4. This is a 6. So now I know there's a 6 over here somewhere. I was going to say something wrong, but we'll do our best. So there's either a 4, because this renban needs a 4, and so that 4 needs to be in one of these two places exactly. If that 4 was here, it would have to be a 4 with a 2. These two are a 3, 4 pair. That's the point. This renban needs a 3 and a 4. And none of these cells can be 3 or 4. So these are always a 3, 4 pair. These two cells. So this is... so this can't be an 8. So if this is a 4, this has got to be a 2, because there's already an 8 on this renban. Oh, and this case can't be a 3 at all, because if this is a 3, that would put a second 6 on the renban. So this just has to be a 4 with a 2. Which means that this is a 3 with a 6. Gorgeous. Okay, and so now... we need a 5 up here, which knocks the 5 out of this. And remember that this renban needs a 5. That 5 now goes there. So now this is a 1 or a 7, and the renban works either way. And so these are a 1 or a 9 together with the 5 to make that all work out. So I'm looking at evens on this pair of renbans, because I'm noticing that the only even number that can appear here is 8. But 8 can't actually appear on this renban at all, because if 8 appears on this renban, then I would need a 6, but neither of these ends can have a 6. So actually these digits are all odd. But we've just agreed there's no 8 on it, so there's no 9, and there's no 6 on it, so there's no 7. And so therefore these two cells are a 2, 4 pair, is the punchline of that. These definitely have a 3. Oh, also not 5, because there's a 5 pencil marked inches above it in the screen. So now this is a 1, 3 pair, so that knocks out 1 from this, and so now this is just a 5, 9, and now I get my triple here, which consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 again. Okay, excellent. Okay, so let me write in the possibilities for this, because I've got a lot of things looking at it. So 3 and 6 are both looking at it. So this is either 1, 9 or 2, 8. But that can't be 1 because there's a 1 looking at it from that. That can't be 8, so that can't be 2. So this is always an 8 or 9. This is always a 1 or a 2, interestingly. So now I need to put a 4 in one of these cells. The 4 in one of these cells actually has to go exactly there. no way that I'm avoiding putting the 4 there, because this 4-5 pair and various Sudoku things see the other 4s. If I made this a 1, I would need to make these two cells a 2-3 pair, which I guess would be 3 there and 2 there. I guess for that matter, I could just ask myself... oh, no, never mind. I was going to say something wrong. Okay, never mind. Okay, we're going to leave that for now. So, if this renban doesn't have a 6 on it, then it has a 7 and an 8 and no 6, which is a problem. This side of the renban never has a 6. So there's definitely a 6 up here. In one of those cells. There's definitely a 5 and a 4 on this renban as well, if you think about it. So the 4 on this renban actually has to go exactly here, doesn't it? I don't think this renban, because this 4 takes care of that whole one in this 2-4 pair, so that's actually the 4. And now there's nowhere for a 2 on this renban, because those can't be 2, that can't be 2. So actually that just forces the renban. It's got to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the 6, 7, 8 are not down here. So this is in fact a 6, 7, 8. And so these are 5 and 9 in some order. Which means that this digit is a 1. Cool. Agree with Franco there. Yeah. Sweet. This is a super sweet puzzle. Let's see. Okay, so I know I've got a 4 on this little itty bitty renban just by Sudoku. So if there's a 4 on this, I guess that doesn't quite tell me enough, does it? I do have a Jovi on 5s, because I know there's a 5 here and a 5 here, so I do know there's a 5 in one of those two cells. It has not seemed to tell me anything yet, but it is worth marking. I know there's a 4 in exactly this cell, just by Sudoku, together with this pair. So that means that this... Oh, yeah, this length 4 renban does not have a 4 on it. So these digits are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I see that those aren't 5 or 6 and those aren't 5 or 6. So those are both from 7, 8, 9. And so I definitely need a 6. So one of these two is definitely a 6. For whatever that is worth. One thing it's worth is that it just places a 6 here. There's a 5-9 pair looking at that cell, so that cell's never a 9. If I write in the rest of this row, I've got a 2, a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8. That's not a 2. So there's definitely a 2 on this renban. So that's interesting. But there's also a 7 or an 8. There can't be both a 2 and an 8 on a 6-cell renban. That's too many. 2 to 8 is 7 digits. So it's not the 8. These are from 2, 3, 7 only. And I actually know that this... No, this could still be 2, 3. I just know there's no 8. Is the point. FJam is suggesting that perhaps this renban that I know has a 1 or a 2 on it, and it is 4 long, probably doesn't have a 7 or an 8 on it. So that's a 3. Somehow I thought I knew that there wasn't a 3 on here, even though I obviously didn't. But somehow in my brain, I just knew that there had to be a 7 or an 8. Okay, so that tells me the exact contents of the rest of this renban. 3, 4, 5, 6 are the rest. So the no 4, no 4. Well, one of these is definitely a 4, but I guess that's a gimme. Let's see. We've got to fit, I guess, 2 6s in this cluster. Oh, and I need to put a 6 here. So I need to fit 3 6s in these cells. If I need to fit 3 6s in these cells, does that tell me something? Oh, well, here's a helpful hint from Jim. There's a 3-6 pair in this box already. So those are the 4, 5. So maybe we won't have to think about this as hard as I was thinking about it. So that's not a 5 and that's not a 5. So these two are a 3-6 pair. So a 3-6 pair sees this cell. So those are not 6. So therefore the 6 is there. So therefore this isn't a 6. I do know that these two are the same digit. Just because these are a 6, 7, 8 triple and these are a 6, 7, 8 triple. Let's see. So that digit's either going to be a 7 if it goes there or an 8 if it goes there. But I don't think I quite know yet. This 6, 7, 8 looks at this cell and makes it a 9 and has for who knows how long. So there's no 9s and also no 5s because as soon as there's a 9 on this length 4 renban, it is kaput as far as having a 5 when it goes. These, therefore, aren't 8, because there's an 8 on the renban already. So these are a 6, 7 pair, which has made that a 1 out of nowhere, which has made that a 1, which now has made that a 2. So we've got all of that. Let's see. All right, so these are a triple. We still need a 1 and a 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a 7. I know that's not a 1 or a 7, so that cell's just a 9, because it's got a 6, 7 pair looking at it, making that a 1 and a 7 and a 9, which I'm sure helps. These are now a triple of some sort. They include a 1, not a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not a 7, and an 8. I don't know that that is immediately helpful, but probably will at some point be helpful. So these are a triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one I know is not 9, so it can only be 3 or 5, but it's not 5 either, because there's a 4, 5 pair looking at it, so it is the 3. These are a 5, 9 pair, which makes these a triple of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excuse me. Excuse me. Of 1, 3, and 8. That's not a 1. There's a 9 in box 1. Several people in chat have pointed out that if I know that one of the digits on an X is a 1, then I can solve the equation to place the other one, which is very helpful. This column needs to have a triple written in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's too many digits. The 3 was excessive. So these are from 2, 7, 8. Oh, this is also a 7 or an 8, isn't it? Just by the row. These are from 2, 7, 8. Yes. Nicholas points out this is a naked single. It is a naked single 2. Because I've got a triple and a pair and some digits written in the row, so you know these things happen. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No 5 there, so that's a 7, 8 pair, so that is a 5. That 2 has looked down and fixed the 3 and the 2, which has fixed the 8. Knocking 8 as a candidate out of those cells. So there's definitely a 5 on one of these things, but I don't think I know which one yet. 2s, I'm not quite sure. Okay, so Carl asks where 9 goes in row 5, which is smart, because remember, this renban I know has a 4 on it. So it can't also have a 9 on it. This can't be a 9 just by Sudoku, so this just is the 9 by that. Oh, I know there's not a 5 over there. Oh, I did actually know something about the 5, because the 5 is pencil marked in one of these two cells for some reason. Oh, by Jovi Wing, right. There's no 5 there. That means there has to be a 5 over here, because I can't put 1, 2, 3, 4 on this renban, because it would break that cell. So there's definitely a 5 over there. And if there's definitely a 5 over there, that's not the 5, so that is the 5. So we've got all of that. So this is 1. Yeah, where does 1 go in this row is very interesting. 1's getting super restricted. 1 can only go in one of those two cells. I do know this is 1, 6, or 7. I might as well fill that in. Okay. Smart point from Perla. Where is 1 in box 4? I just said I can't put 1 on this. I have a 1 looking up by Sudoku, so 1 in box 4 is actually placed there. Like that. Which gives me a bunch of stuff. Making that an 8. Making that a 7 and a 6, and a 2 and a 7, and an 8 and a 7 and an 8. And a 1 and a 6, and a 2 and a 7. Great spot, Perla. That did a lot of damage. So these aren't 8. That is 6 and 3. So now I know what these digits are. So now they are 3, 4, 5, 6. And that one is the 5, the 6. These are a 3-4 pair. Their order is a mystery to all of us. This somehow magically became a 4. Oh, because of the 5-6, this became a 4 and a 5, which take care of the 2 and the 4, which take care of the 7 and the 2, which take care of the 8 and the 7. These two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These two are an 8, 9, 9 and 8. This over here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is a 9. Making that a 5 and a 9, making that a 4 and a 5, making that a 3 and a 4, making that a 1 and a 3. By the column, this is the 1. And the betting tree is this time a 2. So congratulations from Zach and I to all of the 2 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Excellent. Ambrose won. That was a great puzzle. I loved that. That was really neat geometry. When I first read the rules, I thought it was going to be really complicated to keep track of which renbans were connected, but it turned out not to actually be that difficult to keep track of the 180-degree rotation. Alrighty. I hope Cracking the Cryptic does this one. I think they would enjoy it. Even if it might be short. But I think that's very cool. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back with another puzzle. Alrighty, welcome back with a puzzle which is hilariously called Nothing is Wrogn by J. Dyer. I suspect this one might take us a little bit longer, but we shall see. So this is almost normal Sudoku rules, except that we're placing the digits 0 through 8 instead of 1 through 9. But that part is the same. And normal rules apply for all of the different constraints. So black dots mean a ratio of 1 to 2. Thermos mean the digits go from smallest to biggest. Renban means there's a string of consecutive digits. This cage means the sum of the digits in this cage is 36. And digits don't repeat within the cage, etc. The 16 cage is a bit amusing. But there is a twist, and the twist is that any clue which has a 0 in it must violate its rule in some way. So we have added digits in a cage still can't repeat, even if the cage is wrong. Oh, no, sorry, never mind. Never mind. This is just summarizing the things, so never mind. The 36 cage may well be lying. This 16 cage, though, is definitely lying, because in order to get 16 in 2 digits, you need a 9, and we don't have 9s in this puzzle. So there's therefore a 0 in one of these, in order to make that the case. Okay. As Eric points out, though, there's definitely a 0 in this cage. And so as soon as there's a 0 in this cage, what that means is there's a repeated digit in the cage. But that's all it really means. So who knows? I mean, I'm not pencil marking that there's a 0 in this cage. It's true, but I feel like pencil marking it at this point might be excessive. But yeah, there's a 0 in it and a repeated digit. Josh points out that actually if I just sort of like white sky the whispers at the bottom, only one of these has a 0 on it, so the other two are correct. Well, the 4 can't go with anything on a whisper because there's no 9. And if the 4 can't go with anything, also we know the 5 can't go on with anything. So one of these is a 0, 4, 5, is Josh's beautiful point. There could even be two 0s in this cage. That is possible. One of these 2 strings of black dots is lying. So I'm gonna like gray cells that I know aren't 0. How obnoxious is the thermometer going to be on the gray? Not that bad, actually. So these I know aren't 0. These I know aren't 0. I'm doing that because I know that these can't both be correct. Because if they were both correct, this would have a 2 and a 4 on it, and the middle cell would be 2 or 4, and that doesn't work. So any cell like these two that sees both of those is definitely definitely wrong. Now, I think this is being pointed out in chat before. This is the first thing I saw when I looked at the chat. This is the first thing I saw when I opened the puzzle, is that these two strings of black dots can't both be correct. Because if these two strings of black dots are both correct, then that puts 2 and 4 over into this line, except we just said that 4 goes with the 0 and the 5. So one of these two is wrong, which means that these are not 0, and these are not 0, because all of those cells see both. Both of those. Okay. So that is more stuff. So we almost are at the point of having a real thermo here. I guess I also know that these digits aren't 2 or 4. In addition to not being 0. I don't know if I really want to pencil mark that. Directionary went ahead and wrote out what all the whispers are. So in addition to the 4, 0, 5, we also have the 3 has to go with an 8, and the 6 has to go with a 1. But then the 7 can't go with a 3, so it's actually 6, 1, 7, and 3, 8, 2. Smart point from Eric. This cell's gray because it sees all the places in this cage that could have that. That is a slick spot. Okay. Right. If this is right, okay, there we go. So, I think Josh or Kerbon, someone, maybe Florian is pointing this out, someone. If this string of black dots is right, the 5 cage is broken. Because if the string of black dots is right, then it's got a 2 and a 4 in it, and then these can't add to 5. So that's here. It's hilarious I can't put a 5 in the 5 cage. Because if I put a 5 in the 5 cage, I need to also put a 0, but then it's correct. Let's see. Okay, so feels like we're making reasonable progress so far. Okay. So if there's a 0 down here, okay, let's follow this. So a couple of people in chat are pointing out, if there's a 0 down here, then one of these two has to have a 0. So then both of these are going to have zeros. Is there something wrong with both strings of black dots having zeros? I don't think there's anything immediately wrong with both of those having zeros. Right. The fake whisper has a 4 on it. So the fake whisper can't go in a box with 3 black dots. There we go. Okay, beautiful spot to Josh. Right. The fake whisper is 0, 4, 5. So I can't put the fake whisper here, because then I would, in effect, make the black dots real. Same here. So none of these are the fake whisper. Therefore, this is the fake whisper. So this is 0, 4, 5. Which now means the 5 cage is real, so it's 2, 3. One of these black dots is real and the other is fake. So the real one is 4, 8. Because the the 0 isn't here. So the 0 is in one of these two cells. So the other is a 4, 8 is the only way to make this work. So, and I can sort of string together 4, 8 here. This is, of course, going to have a 4 on it somewhere. But it could be that the broken one is in the middle. I guess it's a 0, 4, 8 triple, as Directionary points out, because I know there's a 0 in it, so I might as well just mark it that it's 0, 4, 8. So let's see. So this is a quad, which consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In order to make that work. There's no 8 here, but there could be a 2. Right. We can go back to Directionary's list of what the 2 real whispers were, because one of the real whispers has an 8, and it's not this one. So this is the real whisper that has an 8. And so that one necessarily has the 3. And so now this is the one that has the 6 and the 1. And I still have to put the 2 somewhere. And I still have to put the... what's the other one I have to put somewhere? I have to put the 2 and the 7 somewhere. I can't put the 7 here. So the 7 has to go here. And so the 2 has to go here. Now, the 1 has to go in the middle. Over here. Here, the 2 has to go in the middle. No, sorry, the 8 has to go in the middle. So no 2s on either... No 8s on either side. Oh, we got a 1. We got a digit. Woohoo! We can bring out Zach. Ba-da-ba-ba. Wah! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-wah! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Wah! Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Wah! Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, so I now know what these are exactly. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so these are 2, 3, and 5. Okay, so what black dot combinations am I actually able to make in here? I don't think I can make any. I can't make any that involve a 4, and I can't make 3, 6. So this has to be the 0. Because I need to break... Both of these black dots are definitely broken. So this is my first 0. And so these are gray. And so now this, therefore, is correct, because now I can gray the rest of the column. And so now I do indeed know that this is a 1, 2, 4, because it doesn't have an 8 on it. So that's the 2. These are a 1, 4 pair, not both 9, 1, 4 pair. That's not a 1. So these are not 0, 1, 2. I need a 3, not 4. I need a 5, 6, 7. Is conflict checking off? I don't think conflict checking is off. Oh, it is. It wasn't meant to be. I don't think it should conflict check the cage, but maybe it will. If it will, then I'll turn it off. So the point from chat that I saw a while ago but didn't comprehend at the time is that one of these thermos has a 1 in it, not at the beginning. And so the only thing that could go before a 1 is a 0. But then that means there's definitely a 0 on one of these thermos, because otherwise it's correct. So one of these two cells is a 0, so therefore none of these cells are 0. That is a very well-spotted point. So, can I do 14 and 4 without a 2? And without a 0. So that would be 1, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5 is 12. 1 is 13. Maybe I can just. Okay. So this can never be a 1. Because if this is a 1, then the thermo is correct, because then it would need to have a 0 there, but then the thermo is correct. So this can never be a 1. So the 1 is over here. So therefore, this is the thermo that's broken. So that's the 0. So no 0 there, or there. So therefore, that's the 0. Okay, so now this thermo has to be correct. So this digit has to be a 6, 7, or 8. I can't have a 1 on this renban because there's no 2 on it and the renban is correct. So this is a 4 and that's a 1. So that is cool. There's a 0, 4, 5 triple in the box, Martin points out. So that's not a 5. So that's not a 6. Okay. So I can go at most down to 3 in this box is FJam's point. So I need a 5 and a 6. So there's definitely a 5 and a 6 in this row. Over here. Let's see. I was trying to avoid this, but people in chat want me to think about this whisper, so your wish is my command or something. So I could never have a 4 on this, because 4 just isn't next to anything. 3 is only next to one thing, so 3 is not going to work. Because 3 is only next to 8, because 3, there's no 9 in the puzzle. So the only two low digits, 5 is just never on a whisper. The only low digits that can go on the whisper are therefore 1 and 2, and I can't put the 1 vertical. So therefore these are 1, 2. And therefore these are high. But they can't be 6, because a 6 would only go next to 1. So these are a 7, 8 pair, which makes that a 4 and an 8. So we've got all of that lined up. I need to make sure I don't put a 16 in this cage. So I can write in the rest of these digits. I think that's going to be enough to kill the 14 cage now. Because these are not 0, 1, 2, 3, not 0, 1, 2, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the minimum sum of these is 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's still not going to. The minimum sum of these is 3, 4, 5. Which is 12. No, that doesn't work. The minimum sum of these is 12. Oh, but I could put a 1 here and make these sum to that, so never mind. But I could just make these sum to 3, 5, 6. Make these be 3, 4, 6 and make that a 1, Kuraban. There's a 5, 6 pencil marked over here. 57 Thorns points out. So this is a 3 or a 4. Does that being 3 or 4 break the thing I just said? So if this is anything and this cage is correct, it's a 1. And so I would need these to add to 13. which would require they be 3, 4, 6, which they can't be. So the fact that this is a 3 or a 4 actually means both 5 and 6 are in this cage. So the minimum sum of these digits is 14, so therefore this is a 0, is the long and the short of it. So now that is all worked out. So now this renban is correct. But now I need to go back and make sure that this doesn't accidentally work, because if this was 3, 5, 6, this would work. And so this is not 3, 5, 6, which it would be if this were a 4, so therefore this is a 3. I can gray some more stuff over here. I can D3 that cell. I can D0 this cell. Oops. Okay. So now I know exactly what digits are on the renban, Chad is pointing out, because now there's no 3 on it, so it's got to go 4, 5, 6, 7. So therefore that's an 8 and a 7. And this is a known triple. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are a known quad of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Why do I have too many? Oh, because I put a 2 there and I wasn't supposed to. Okay, so these are from 0, 1, 3, 8. So no 0 up there, of course. Funnily enough, this can never be a 1, because if this is a 1, this couldn't be consecutive to it without being a 0, but then it would be correct. So this cell's never a 1, it's only a 3 or an 8. And now this cell can't be an 8 or a 3, because then that would make this correct, and it can't be. 3, 8 is not correct. And it can't be a 1 either, because 1's not consecutive with either of those. So therefore this is a 0. That's not a 0. That's not a 0. I'll get there eventually. These aren't 0. This is not a 0. So we've got all of that. So one of these two is a 1. Now, just for the box. And so therefore that's not the 1. So therefore that is the 1, as expected. Which means these have to be in the wrong order, which means that's not a 7, and that's not a 5, so I have to reverse good lift this thermo. That's a 6, 7 pair, actually, which means that that's a 5. It means that's not a 5. So these are, let's just fill them in, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, sure. This thermo has become correct, so it doesn't start with a 7. If it did start with a 6, this would need to be 7, 8, 9, which is maybe okay. Chad is enthusiastic about me pencil marking this, so I will do that. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I definitely have, let's see. This could be 1, 3 with a 2. Oh, can't have a 1 on it because there's a 1 in the box. I realized that when I wrote the 1 in, but by the time I had written 2 more digits in, I had forgotten. And so now it can't have 3 and 7 or 8. That would be too long. So this is a 7, 8 pair. So this is a 6 or a 9, but there's not a 9 in this puzzle. So therefore that's a 6. That's a 7. That's an 8. That's a 6. These aren't 6. That's not 6. That's not 6. That's not 6. And so that's a 7 and an 8. So that's a 3 and a 1 and an 8. And so that's a 2 and a 3. So this can only be a 0 or a 2. Oh, it can't be a 0, right. This can only be a 2, because I can't put a 0 next to a 1 on a white dot, because it would be correct. So this is a 2, meaning it's gray, meaning that this is the 0, and that's the 0. Meaning that's gray. Meaning all of these are gray. Which means this whisper is definitely wrong. I still have to be sure to avoid putting a 16 there. Let's see. Okay, so this is now a triple of correct digits, which is interesting. I know one of these two is a 3, which is also interesting. I know one of these two is an 8, just by Sudoku. Okay. This is a 4, 6, or 7, just by the column. I know one of these two is a 3. Oh, I know these two digits. I should probably fill those in. We've got 0. We need a 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6. But we know the order. So that's a 1 and a 6. That's not a 1. These are a triple as well, actually. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Neither of those is the 6, so that is the 6. We're closing in on knowing where all the 6s go in the world. Let's see. Yes, we can place the 8 in this box, Kuraban points out, because the 8 is forced onto the thermo, and so it can only go at the tip of the thermo. So yeah, I agree with that. Let's see. Let me fill in this row. I'm interested. So I know that this whisper is broken, but I'm interested in what it says anyway. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna have to say that I can't put a 0 next to a 5 is gonna be my guess as to how this is gonna work. Like that's gonna be the 0, and I'm gonna need to use that neither of these can be 5 or something like that. Just doing that. Okay. So now we do have to make sure we break this cage at some point, and it will not be broken if we don't repeat a digit. So we have to repeat a digit. Neither the 1... Actually, could I repeat the... No, I can't put a 1 here, right. So neither 1 nor 8 can repeat in this cage, because this cell can be neither 1 or 8. It can't be 8 by the column, and it can't be 1 because it's between two white dots that are true. So therefore, this is the digit that repeats in the cage. Well, this digit is not a 1 or an 8. So where does this digit repeat in the cage? It either repeats there, or there, or there. I'm not sure if that immediately does anything. Let's see. I guess I could ask, could this possibly be 2? Because if this was a 2, then I would need this to be a 3. That doesn't work. This digit can't be a 3, right? This can't be a 2. Because if this were a 2, this digit would have to be a 1 or a 3, and it can't be either, because it would break the thermo. So this digit is one of those two. Let's see. I was trying to avoid pencil marking this, but I don't think I'm going to anymore. The minimum here would be 3, 4, 5. The maximum would be 8, 7, 6. So this is 4, 5, or 6. This is 5, 6, or 7. So therefore, this digit is, because it has to be the same as one of those. Oh, right. These two are consecutive. So of course this goes there. I way overthought that, or I was way not appreciating this. If this digit went here, then they're consecutive. So then what on earth am I putting here? Then I'm putting two consecutive numbers on the thermo that are too far apart to be consecutive numbers along a thermo. So of course this number is that number. So these are both the same. This is 4, 5, 6. We can go ahead and blue circle them to say that they are the same. So blue circle is over down here somewhere. So this number is one more than that number. Is the thing. So yeah, so this is a decreasing sequence. So it goes 5, 4, 3. Oops, sorry, 5, 4, 3, 6, 5, 4, or 7, 6, 5. This can't be a 4, so this can't be a 5, so that can't be a 6 per Garian. And now I have a 3, 5, 7 triple here, which is interesting to say the least. It means this 3, 5 is the same as that 3, 5. So, yeah, because these three are consecutive, and so it's telling me these three are consecutive. So this is either 5, 6, 7, or it's 3, 4, 5. Box 1 now has a triple, which is worth noting. So that's not a 7. That's a 4, 6 pair. The 4, 6 pair, looking at this black dot, is going to be really important. Because now the black dot can only be 1, 2, if it's correct. Right. This can't be 1, 2, is Liam's point. Because if this was 1, 2, I could not put both 1 and 2 in row 2. So this black dot is broken. Because of the fact that 4 and 6 are gone, breaks all but 1, 2. But I can't make this a 1, 2 because it would break row 2. Great spot, Liam. So therefore, we've placed our zeros. So that's a 0, that's a 0. So we're not going to get to use the fact that I can't put a 5 here, because I'm going to break this no matter what. I guess I can still use it a little bit, but I thought I was going to have to use the fact that a 0 and 5 are 5 apart at some point in this puzzle. So I can write in the candidates for this row. So I need a 1 and a 2. I've got a 3, I need a 4, I've got a 5, I need a 6, I've got a 7, and I need an 8. So no 6 or 8 there, no 6 or 8 there. And so that pretty clearly tells me that these are a 1, 2 pair because it has to be correct. So these aren't 1 or 2. That is not 6. So we get all of that going on. So now this digit can't be too large, because if this digit is 7 or 8, then this is actually true. So this is not 7 or 8, and it's not 1 or 2. So it could be 3. It's not 4. Could be 5. It's not 6, and it's not 7 or 8. So this can only be 3 or 5, which gives me a 3, 5 pair in the column, which gives me a 2 and a 3, which gives me a 1 up here and a 2, which gives me a 4 and a 1 and a 2, which gives me a 7 here, no 3 there, no 7 there, that's a 4, 5 pair, that gives me a 3 there, which gives me a 5 and a 4 and a 6 and a 6 and a 5 and a 4. This is excellent puzzle punning. I feel like this is like the best pun I've ever seen in a puzzle title. 6, 7. So that is a 6 as well. Okay, now the conflict checker is going to be unhappy. I'm just going to leave this as a 6 in the center. Hopefully I did not let Sven trick me by that. So that is a 3 and a 5 and a 6. 8 and 4 and 5 and 3 and 5. Sorry, this is not a 4. This is a 6. Oh, so if that's... Sorry, I did that wrong. This is not a 4. It is a 6. So this is a 4. This is a 3 and a 5. And an 8 and a 5 and a 4 and a 3 and a 5 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5. And a 2 and a 3 and a 5 and a 7 and a 6 and a 4 and a 7. And a 7 and a 6 and a 5. And a 1 and a 2. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is a 7. 0, 1. That's a 2. 0, 1. Where did the bet tree go? I don't know where the bet tree went. I did a good job of avoiding it, though. And so this is an 8, and then we are done. I either accidentally deleted the bet tree or I forgot to put one in. But that was an amazing puzzle. I really enjoyed that. So the reason I didn't enter the 6 in box 1 is because then answer check screams. Although it's funny, Sven pops up to tell me it's correct. But then also, this is an excellent use of 0 in puzzles. Because I think generally, with apologies to Andrew Sarkis, I really dislike thinking about clues with 0s in them. But having 0s mark clues you don't have to think about is very nice. Yeah, that was super slick. I liked that a lot. And it was nice to have a version of this puzzle that's sort of like clearly less than 5 stars. I would probably actually put this at 3 stars, but either way, very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. It does not override the constraint checker, apparently, since it still marks those as red. But anyway, that was super cool. I enjoyed that a lot. All right. I'm going to fish up something else, so I will be back shortly. Welcome back. Oh, that's the wrong mode. There we go. That looks better. I can actually even make the puzzle a little bit bigger. This is a KNT puzzle. Yeah, that all fits. So I will go over the rules in a second. But before I do, I will take a second to ask, if you've not yet liked the stream, please do so. I know I ask that a lot, but it helps a lot with getting new people to the stream. We're closing in on 2,000 subscribers, so I'm hoping to do something special for the 2,000 subscriber milestone. I'm especially hoping that we hit it while I'm on break, and not while I am teaching. So liking the stream is one of the ways that helps people discover the channel, which then helps us get to that 2,000 subscriber milestone. We're currently at 1,900. Alrighty. So this is, again, this is Touching Slitherlink with Blackout Clues by KNT. So we have to draw a loop into the grid. Oh, that's right. Dyer gave me this really awesome thing that I realized I did not install. Oops. To draw thicker lines into the grid. I will have to do that later. But we need to draw a single loop that sort of zigzags all over the grid, however you like. That has to, it doesn't have to visit every cell or anything like that. But the clues here are touching Slitherlink clues. So they tell you how many times the border is visited. So for example, this is a touching Slitherlink 1. Because it comes to the border, it hangs out there for a bit, and then it leaves. That's one visit. This is a touching Slitherlink 2, because it comes in here once, but it also glances the corner, which counts as a visit. So I have to draw my loop, but I have to make sure that I make all of the clues correct, except that I also get to place up to one of each Tetromino, of which I think there are, let's see, of which I believe, let's see, how many Tetrominos are there? There's the square, the line, the Z, and the L. So I think there are 4 Tetrominos. I can place one of each into the grid, and it encourages me to just black out clues with them. I'm probably not going to be able to use black, because I think I'll do that, so I'll probably red out clues. And then clues that are blacked out just don't count. Oh, what did I forget? Square. Let's see. Litso. What's O? O is square. Even though square starts with S. I always call these Z's, just to avoid that. But yeah, so there are 5. Okay, so there's 5. I didn't say T, I believe. Okay, so we get to do this, and so once a Tetromino is blacked out, then you can't use any of those. You can't use even the border. Is that correct? Every Tetromino must be placed, and every Tetromino must be placed outside the loop. Okay. Okay, so outside the loop is interesting. Okay. Okay, and Tetrominos can't touch each other even diagonally. But I think we can run along the border. So I think it's perfectly okay, if I understand the rules correctly, I think it is okay for us to have the loop do that, for example. And it's okay that this 3 clue is wrong because it's blacked out, so to speak. Mirrors are the same in this puzzle. So there are not, we don't get to count S and Z. Okay, so how do we start this puzzle? Probably by noting that this cluster mess is not going to be possible. Is going to be my guess. Okay, so the 4 If the 4 is correct, there's only one way to make a touching Slitherlink clue of 4, so that's probably the first thing to go over. The only way to make a touching Slitherlink clue of 4, and I again feel bad that Jay Dyer very lovingly made me this app to, this extension to thicken these lines, and I just forgot to install it. I don't think it says they're wrong. I think it just says to be ignored. Yeah, it just says the clue is ignored. Okay. So this is the only way to make a 4. So if this 4 is correct, automatically these 3s are wrong, and this 0 is wrong. And so that is interesting. So if this 4 is correct, oh, right, okay. So the point is to also think about inside outside. So if the 4 is correct, these 3s are wrong. That now means the 4 has to be outside the loop. Is it possible for the 4 to be outside the loop? It is not possible for the... Oh, maybe it's possible? Well, the point is, if the 4 is correct, this 3 is now untetrominable. Because the only tetromino I could place would of necessity cross this line, or also I guess what I'm saying is it's impossible the 4 is uncovered. I think the 4 has to be covered by a tetromino, is the point. If the 4 is not, so this is the correct way to word this, I think. If the 4 is not covered by a tetromino, then it looks like this, breaks both 3 clues, and so those would both have to be part of a tetromino, but this one can't be part of a tetromino of any sort, because that tetromino would automatically have to cover the 4 because it can't cross the line. So the point of all of this is to say the 4 is retified. And so this cell is outside the loop. Is the whole deal there. Okay, can I do a similar thing with this 4? Maybe not. Okay. Nell points out, I think, this 3 on the edge. I don't think you can make a 3 on an edge in touching Slitherlink. Because I can't take this corner. Oh, no, I could. So what I could do, oops, wrong tool. Sorry, I can make a 3 on the edge, but it would have to look exactly like this in order to make the 3 work. So if this 3 is correct, that's the only way I can get 3 different touches on the edge. So if this 3 is correct, the 0 is broken. But if this 3 is correct, it looks like this, and then the 0 is broken. And then... No, maybe that's okay. Maybe the 0 can be broken and it can sort of connect up over there. Okay, but Nell actually wanted me to look at the other one, which is this one. So if this is a... if this 3 is correct, it has to look like this. So maybe I should say again, if this 3 is unreddened. But this immediately breaks, because if this 3 is unreddened, then it's correct. But now this 3 has to be reddened, and my line can't cross through reddened cells. So this 3 has to be reddened. Is, I believe, what's going on here. So this 3 now is getting pressured quite a bit, I think. because now this 3, I believe, has problems. Okay, so I need to think more about inside and outside with this 3. So again, this 3, the only way it works is like this. But now I know I'm inside the loop here, because the way you know if you're inside or outside the loop is to start at an edge and count every crossing, and every time you make an odd number of crossings, you're now inside the loop. So this is outside the loop, so therefore this is inside the loop, but the 0 is inside the loop and wrong. That doesn't work. So this 3 has to be red. Several people in chat saw that, but I did not quite grok it the first time. Now, these cannot be the same. And they cannot touch, even diagonally. So therefore, this cell is not... let's see, I'll use light gray. Will that work? Is that terrible? What should I use for things that aren't blacked out? This is horrible. Maybe I should use purple for things that are... No, that's terrible. No. That's bad. I don't want to use green, because green and red is the most common form of color blindness. So yellow maybe. Yellow looks good. Okay, so yellow is things that actually really are part of the thing. Okay, so there is yellow. And so if I go into my little helper X now, I know that no edge of this is touched by the loop at all. And if that's true... Oh, no, I can still get into the bottom, can't I? Because I could sort of run along the edge down here to get down here. That's true. I can do more Xing because of the edge as well. I was thinking I didn't have it because of the corners as well, Nell is pointing out. Because I was thinking I didn't have a tool to mark corners, but I can actually X both of those, and both of those, and both of those, and both of those as well, while I am at it, and get this just gigantic cacophony of X's. But I can still touch this 1 by sort of running around outside. This red can never finish by going only in, so this cell's always red. Oh, right, I can't run along this side. I can't. That's the point. I was thinking I could run along this side, which I could, except for the fact that it would put the reds in the loop. And so I can't touch this at all, I don't think. Because I would have to put the reds inside the loop to get here at all. So this has got to be red. And so it's either going to connect through there or through there. I don't know through which. Now, because I was again sort of, the fact that you can run along the edges of reds, but you have to be careful because you can't actually. So the thing I could do, I can't run along any edges that are red and on the border. That's the point. So nothing that's red or on the border is allowed to be visited. And so so by virtue of that, I could actually, I think like everything in here can't be visited. I don't want to be super precise about it. This certainly isn't red, is chat's point. That's probably been true for a long time, but this certainly isn't red because it would stop my ability to connect one of these. Okay. So this 3 is harder for me to visualize. Is the only way this 3 works is if it looks like this? Is that true? Or is there another way for this 3 to look? Oh, this is just basically an edge, because now that this can't go down here. So yeah, this is the only way for this 3 to work. And that's still okay. That doesn't break. Because I could connect the 1 and make the 1 work. Okay, so I think this 3 can still be good. I can't put 2 corners on the left because I would go through an X. But now this 3 is also up against a wall. So if this 3, because I can't take any of these outs, so this 3 would look like this if it were correct. And now, oh, that's adorable. I could make any 2 of these 1s correct, but I can't make all 3 of them correct. Because if I make all 3 1s correct, it makes the loop close. I love that. That's adorable. So this 3 can't be correct, because if the 3 is correct, by my Xing, it has to look like this. And one of these 1s is wrong. But one of these 1s is definitely inside. But the 1s are definitely inside the loop. In that instance, right? Do I know it's definitely inside the loop? Is it possible it's outside the loop? No, because this edge would be forced. So it's definitely inside the loop. Definitely does not work. So I think that is going to red this 3. Though I see a point from Jim, which is slightly concerning to me, which is the question, is it possible that the loop actually is that small? And the answer is no, because this 2 would be wrong, but yeah, this. So how many things would be wrong if that were correct? This 2 and this 2 would both be wrong. Of course, this 2 would be wrong. This 4 would be wrong. So all of these would be wrong. You'd have a T. This 2 would be wrong. And so you'd have to make like an L or something. But row 8 column 2 is right. In this hypothetical universe where the thing looks like that. It would be not KNT's style to make the loop be 4 cells long. Like, I would be kind of surprised if KNT intended it to be a step. I 100% agree with whoever pointed out that I should really check that it can't be this small, but I would be shocked if the loop could be this small. And if KNT intended it to be a step to exhaustively prove that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we just have to draw it in. I don't think we have any choice. Okay, so let's draw it in. We just have to draw it in, and then we have to convince ourselves that you absolutely cannot make this work, and then rewind and go on with our lives. So if the loop actually does look like this, this is red, so this is red. This is wrong, so that's red. Of course, that's wrong, and that's wrong. And that's wrong. So I'd get my thing there. This is right, so this would be forced to look like this, because I can't touch that cell. The point is that these are wrong. A wrong clue can be in red. That's okay. But the point is we've now duplicated L's. So I think that's the easiest thing to see, is that you're forced to put 2 L's in the grid if I want to cover all of these and all of these. So, very cute point, though. So that's definitely red. And as pointed out, that definitely connects to one of these, because remember, they can't touch diagonally, so that's going to let me yellow both of these, for sure, and that one, because again, they can't touch diagonally. Oh, and they can't touch diagonally, so I can actually do even more yellow. I can actually yellow that cell and that cell as well. And so now, because it connects there, I can also yellow that cell. So therefore that's red, and therefore I can yellow that cell, and that cell, and that cell, and that cell. My T would have touched another Tetromino diagonally, J. I could not have made a T down here. Because it would have touched, and I can't have my Tetrominos touch diagonally. So smart point from Liam. Now, because my Tetrominos can't repeat, if I read that cell, I've got 2 L's. So I have to read that cell instead, and so that's yellow. And so I get all of those. We avoid a 2x2. Wait, no. Okay. There assuredly are more X's now, although figuring out where they go is going to be its own adventure. So that's certainly X'd. Yeah, I think the 3 is forced. That's a good point. I think this 3 now, because of these downward X's, I think this 3 is forced to look like this. And now, because of this being unable to go down, this has to go up. And remember, everything inside the loop is yellow, so those are definitely yellow. So this is definitely yellow. Now, in fact, this is a 1, so the only way to square this 1 is to actually close it like that. This can't go up. Well, technically, maybe I should check again. If this goes up, it closes the loop. And then I have to dream up a way to cover these, and these, and that, and that, and that. And that's too many, because there's only 5 total Tetrominos. So the loop continues along this border. And so that, again, creates a yellow there. Like that. Okay, so now I've touched this 1, so I don't get to touch the 1 again. Uh, the loop doesn't have to reach the yellow clues. Oh, no, it does. Right, it does. That's right. Okay, J. Dyer has the easier way to think about it. Sorry, Eric, I dislike your way. But Jay's point is, yeah, this yellow 2 obviously needs to be touched, so I can't touch, or I can't just close the loop. Okay. So I can probably, if I'm careful about it, do some Xing around this 1. Maybe not, actually. Maybe I don't get a freebie on that. Yeah, I might not. Yeah, I don't think I get any free things that I can't visit. If this one is correct, it has been visited once. That's a good point. So if this one is yellow, it's done. Otherwise, this yellow could be red, but if the yellow is red, yeah, I guess I don't quite know what happens. So this yellow is either red or not red. But it's interesting either way. Isabella keeps talking about this one, but I don't think I know anything about this one. I think Isabella knows something about this one that's smarter than what I know about this one. It's possible that the 1 and the 2 together should tell me something. Why can't I just take the corner? Because it breaks the 2. Oh, so Isabella's saying I can't take only this corner. I could take this edge, or I could run around through there. Yeah, there's something going on with this 1 and this 2 together, but I don't know what as of yet. Maybe I should look at this 4 now. Because if this is a 4, it again has to look like this. That doesn't actually seem to break anything, does it? Annoyingly. The 4 might actually be correct. I think the 2 in the corner, the only way to visit it is to do that kind of thing. But I don't think that's a problem. Let's see. So maybe Chad is trying to convince me I can draw an X here. Sorry, that I can't draw an X here. I think Chad is trying to convince me I can't draw an X here. So if I don't go there, then I have a problem with this 1. I'm trying to find a coherent way to articulate that I have a problem with this 1. Because I certainly now can't visit this. So that would now... Right. So if there is an X here, it would X that cell, which is now forced this 1 to do that. Force this 1 to do that, because it's the only way it works. But now this 2 is irreparably broken. I think I trust that. I don't see it in any nice way. So now if this comes up, no, that still works, I think. If it comes up, I can still do that. But that breaks it because of this 1. So I wasn't thinking quite far enough ahead because my brain doesn't have these fully internalized. So if it does go up, it's okay as far as the 2, but it doesn't work with this 1 because it then forces a tiny loop. So now that's yellow. Okay, so some of chat, I think mostly Liam, was trying to argue that something goes wrong if I make this 0. Oh, right. Because now the point is the loop extends and it touches the 0, so I don't even have to think about it anymore. Because now it's touched the 0, so now the 0 is just wrong. So now this comes up like this, at the very least. And now I have to come up this side because otherwise I'm putting the red inside the loop. And I cannot put the red inside the loop. Now let's see. Chat also claims if I go up like this, I break. Because I'm forced to do that, and then I create a tiny loop again. So yeah, so I agree with that. So I actually do that, is the thing that I do. So I've got that. Okay. So I can't take this corner. Oh, I could take that corner. I think I can't take this side. Oh, darn it. Maybe I can take that side. No, I can't. I think if I take this edge, I've now created a problem. Because I've taken this edge, I must connect these to make this 2 correct. But now this is going to have to... Wait, it can... No, right. It can't go through that. So this is going to have to go up. And now I've cornered in the 1. So I can't take that side. So that is another X. And so now, if I take this edge, now what I'm saying is that I can't go up or down, so I'm forced to do that. That's bad. So this edge is also X'd. And now, if I look at this, this 2... Oh, never mind. Sorry, the 2 is fine. Now, yeah, I can't now include this edge, because this edge would now bring me into a dead end, so that's not going to work. So now, this edge is now sort of, yeah, it can't go down, can't go there, can only go up. This edge can only go up, which has extended my inside of yellowness. So we've got that. And now I know that these 2 ends of the loop that are both touching this 1, they have to connect. They either connect under or over. And by uniqueness, they probably have to connect. Oh, maybe not quite by uniqueness. I think by uniqueness, this is yellow, I think is actually what's true. And this comes out and comes out again. And now it's done. So I can yellow all around it. Because, again, it can't make an L, so it has to do that. Let's see. So this either zips across there or zips across there. I don't know which at all. Oh, have I now broken the 4? It would be nice if the 4 was now broken. So if this 4 is true, now this can't connect this way, so this has to connect that way. Sadly, this still looks plausible to me. No, this too is broken. Good. Okay, thank you. Okay. Ilm points out this 2 correctly sees. This 2 is broken. I can't get a second visit. Okay. So, no 2. So the 4 is broken. So it is either a T or a square. And sadly, I don't think there's any common elements between the two. Okay. Jim points out this edge can't possibly be used, because if I used this edge, then I would be forced to connect... Wait. I saw it for a second. Oh, right. If I use this edge, it takes me to a corner of this 1, so then I have to connect them, but then I've got the tiny loop problem again. Right, and so now this corner is unusable, because I've now used my maximum amount. This is Isabella helping me with this. I've now used the maximum amount I can get out of this 1. So that corner is not usable. And that pushes this edge up, like that. This 2, I think, must be forced now. Well, I think the thing that's forced is... Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's not forced at all. Because I think I can do lots of ways of doing this too now. I thought it was going to be forced, but I don't think it is, actually. Oh, but I need to remember that I know that this either does that or does that. Neither of which, unfortunately, I think is broken by anything I currently have. This 2 needs to glance off one of the corners. Oh, I don't think it can glance off this one. So this 2, I don't think it can do that because it breaks this 2 because of that red cell. So if it doesn't glance off this corner, the only corner this can glance off is there. I believe. Because I can't glance off this corner either. Oh, sorry. I can glance off this corner. But now my claim is if I can't glance off this corner of this 2, then I now have to use this corner to do that. If I don't, if I instead went up, now I'm never getting enough for this 2. So that forces that, which is going to X all of that. That Xing is going to yellow that. And so now, now again, I still need a second incidence of hitting this 2. It's going to have to involve this node, I think. If it doesn't involve this node, then it's that, which breaks this 2. So it does involve this node, which means it includes all of that. For sure. Uh-oh, we broke the 1. All right, so something I said was wrong. Let's go back here. Oh, am I completely wrong about it not being able to do this? Okay, so how much further do I have to rewind, or have I rewound enough, or does no one know? So I argued something over here that was incorrect. So I was trying to argue this isn't possible, because I don't think this 2 works. But I think it does, actually, if I do that. Ah, yes, okay. Yes, okay. So, never mind. So the thing I argued this 2 couldn't do and then based all that reasoning around was wrong. The 2 can do that. Okay, so in that case, I don't think I know anything. I mean, Garion, if you believe what I said before, now we believe it has to do that, because we just bifurcated our way to proving it doesn't work. The happy little bifurcation, as Rangsk likes to call them. Aw. Okay, so fun fact, proof by contradiction, not a real proof technique. The 1 in row 6 column 4 is correct. 3, 4, 5, 6. X the other corner. Right. Okay, yes, that's true. So yeah, we've said before that this 1 either connects that way or connects that way. But Selena's point is that that means this corner never can do its corner thing, because no matter which of those happens, we certainly can't visit this one. Well, that's not looking great for this 2, is it? Let's see. Is this 2 possible anymore? Because I can't grab this corner. So I'd have to grab 2 corners. I can't grab this corner either. Row 6, column 3. Ah, right. Okay, so the point is... now I can only get 1 touch out of this, so it needs to touch there. So now this has to do that. which now, because this 2 is true, forces that. I think that's right. So this can't go down, or it would include this. So this has to go up. It can't close, so it's going to go up. This is now officially inside the loop. And so now this 2 has to be correct, because is Selena's point, because now I actually know the entire truth value of all of the things coming in from this side. And so I can't put any more lines here, so this is always inside the loop. So these are both inside the loop. And now once this is inside the loop, it has to be true, which means that I always have to take this corner, because if I don't... Oh, maybe I could take that corner instead. Darn it, I think I could take that corner instead. I can't take this edge, is Jay's point, because taking this edge would put the 4 inside the loop, because again, count from the outside, 1, 2, 3, that's an odd number. So actually, Jay's point is I can X that cell. That's a beautiful point. Which now means, well, this can't run into another line, so this has to go that way. And now I really do need this corner for my second touch for this one, in order to make that work. Okay. So all of that is good. I think I might now know that this cell is red. I don't think there's a way I can draw a T tetromino that doesn't take this cell. And the square always takes this cell. But I think the only T tetromino that doesn't take this cell is that one. And that one would break the loop horribly. Because this would be forced to run over there and close the loop. So I think this cell is always red because of the fact that we only have T and O left, and the only way to place a T that doesn't take this cell would cause problems. Right. The 3 now is not part of any kind of tetromino, is Isabella's point, that I have left. I can't make a square that includes it, and I can't make a T that includes it. So this 3 is correct. I actually think this 2 has to be yellow, because I don't think there's any way I can put a red cell up here that doesn't touch this diagonally. Yeah, I agree with that. If I try and put a square, it of course touches this diagonally. If I try and put any sort of thing. So this is always yellow, actually. This is now also always yellow, because if it wasn't, it would definitely touch that. This is always yellow, because it's not part of the T or part of the, or part of a square. This is always yellow because it's not part of a T or part of a square. Isabella hit on a very cool piece of logic here that we're going to get a lot out of. That's got to be yellow as well, for the same reason. And now I think this can just be part of a T. And so now that we've done all of this, we go back to a thing I said a long, long time ago, which is that there's only one way for this 2 to work, which is that the 2 has to do that. That's the only way to get a 2 in a corner, which then forces those to extend like that. So we've got that. There's probably some yellowing I can do in these cells too. It's like, for example, no, maybe not. Maybe not quite. At least not without thinking about it a lot harder than I'm currently willing to think about it. Bye, Franco. Yes, you need Sudoku mode to stream in Penpa, even if you're not doing any Sudoku, because it's the only way that lets you select things to point, as Ambrose points out. Let's see. Jim asks if it's possible for this to be correct. It does look awfully tight, doesn't it? If this 2 was correct, we'd have all of that forced. But now this would be forced to go that way so as not to crash into that. And now this is just toast. So Jim is correct. And so that's going to be huge because that gives us a marker for our last Tetromino. And so now Niverio says that's wrong somehow. Oh, it could connect. Oh, darn. Darn it. Right, I could connect it. I feel like I make that mistake a lot with these sorts of puzzles. Well. Let's see. Andrew thinks the 3 is forced. I can't glance off this corner. Let's see. Liam says if this is red, it forces that whole thing, which seems to break the 2. Right, because the 2's way of finishing required going around it that way. So this is yellow. Agree with that. So the 3... I feel like there were 2 different ways to make a 3, but all the ways to make a 3 require either 2 corners or 3 corners, and 2 of those corners have to be adjacent in every way to make a 3, if I'm visualizing this correctly. And since the 3 can't take this corner without breaking this red, then the 3 needs to take 2 adjacent corners. That means it always takes this corner, is what many in chat are trying to get me to see. We would read it because we need to read 5 things, I think. let's see. Okay, so if we read the top left corner, or sorry, not if we read, if we if this is so if I use this, now I can't make a tetromino I haven't made before. That's the point, Selena. If I use this corner now, the only tetrominos I can make are L and S, and we've already used those. So this would have to be T or square, but it can be neither at that point. Okay, now Chad is claiming if I make this corner, that's also a problem. Yeah, so the problem is now these are going to connect, and now these two ends are going to get bullied into connecting because of that. So yeah, I can't make that corner either, so I have to make that corner. And so now if I can make neither corner when I take this edge, I now have to do that. And so I think that is the... I think that is all now forced. This is, I know, inside the loop. So let me yellow my inside the loop stuff. I know it's inside the loop because it's on the other side of outside the loop. So now this is not a square. Now this is a T tetromino, and there's only one way to make it a T tetromino. So I believe that forces that, which makes that yellow. So this end can't go right. If it does, it runs into a dead end. So this edge needs to connect up. This can't go down or it would run into an end. Wait, uh-oh, we've broken it. We broke it. Because now there's no way I can possibly make this work. Okay, let's go back to where we were arguing about the corners of the three. Because I think the argument about the corners of the three was probably wrong. So one of the corners we argued about the three not being able to do, I think was wrong. It was right. You just went up too high on the left. Oh, right. Okay, so the point is I don't know about these lines. That's the point. I was used to having made this 3 over and over again on an edge, but this 3 is not on an edge. I know I need to have this, but I don't know what it actually does on the sides. That's the point. Okay. So I don't actually know what shape this is. Because I can go backwards here. But I do know that this 3 is inside the loop, right? Do I know that this is inside the loop? Funnily enough, Jovi, I'm doing this puzzle specifically because I saw you recommend it in the Nun Sudoku recommendations channel. Right. If this loop stops here and turns down, I have made a tiny loop. Because these either just go up or goes up and bounces like that. So I agree I have to extend that. So... I think if I take the bottom edge of this cell, I think I put the 3 and the red in the same area. Because I don't think I have a way to separate them, right? That's definitely true. If this goes left under here, then now I can not include this edge. I can't include this edge, and now my I don't know if this is inside the loop or outside, do I? I don't think I do. Unfortunately. Oh, but I think chat is pointing out if this cell is not red, I can't... Oh, no, never mind. If this is red, I could make that one. Never mind. So yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yet. Let's see. So, this cell can't be red. If this cell is red... Do I need a border here? I'm confusing myself. If this cell is red, I certainly can't have a border there. I'm having a hard time deciding what I actually know about what's inside the loop and what's outside the loop. Oh, here's an easy one. This is red because the 1 is wrong. I believe that 100% without further thought, because the 1 is definitely red, because it's now been visited twice as soon as that happened. Okay. Yes, so that is an easy deduction that I am not traumatized by. Okay. So now, Martin's point is this cell has to be yellow because these are the last 2 Tetrominos I have, and so this doesn't have access to a Tetromino. Neither a T nor a square can get there. So this is yellow. And so as a result, we know it looks like the thing that these things have to look like. And we know that these things are on the inside. This edge here, it can't go down, because if it goes down, it runs into something, so it turns left like that, making a compact little corner, which is the thing I screwed up before. But it does actually work out. This can't close, so it goes there. And now we're back into... I have no idea what's going on, I think. Can I usefully yellow anything? Like, that cell's definitely yellow. I don't know that it's going to do me any good. I don't know what 3 you're talking about, Eric. Let's see. Bottom left corner of the 3 can't go left. Saying this can't... I can't go that way. Oh yeah, if this connects over, Garion is right. If this connects over, we've got a huge problem, because now we've created a tiny loop. So this does not connect over. Therefore, this goes down. like that. Which now means this... I don't know what it means yet. But it's progress, because I drew a line in. Right. And so now I need... No, the red one isn't a real one. So I don't yet know what is happening. This only has one direction it can go, because it can't go down and it can't go to the right. So this goes that way. That's chat's point. Okay. So now I don't have to think about that one either. Now this one only has one way it can go. Now this one only has one way it can go. Okay, thank God. We finally got all of this sorted out. So this now can't go right or up, so it goes left. This was quite complicated up here. I didn't really mean logically, although that was also true, but I really just meant the like zigzaggy nature of this loop was very hard for me to visualize. Okay. Okay, so now we have to look at inside and outside stuff. So if this goes here now, are we now putting this inside? I don't quite see it yet. I'm worried about inside-outside stuff, but I don't quite see how to resolve it. I know, yellow all of this stuff. Because all of that is inside. Oh, I guess I can yellow this cell, because I know that this cell is inside the loop, because I can't close the loop here. So, okay, so I think this is going to get me there. Okay. And so now the point is this cell's inside the loop. This cell's outside the loop. I need to separate them. Otherwise, that's not true. So that has to go there. That is what has happened. And so now that we have found that, now we know how our Tetrominos work. I know lots of people in chat can see that in their head, but I could not for the life of me understand what was going on. But once we sort of figured out that we could creep the yellow down, then it made sense to me. So this is now the only Tetromino that I can make. And so now this is the only square I can make. And so we can complete our yellow. So now if this edge tries to connect this way, it runs into itself. So it doesn't do that. So it goes the other way instead. If I go across here, I close the loop and make two loops. I can't make two loops. Now this can't go any direction but down. And now this can't go any direction but that way. And so now we have finished the puzzle. Yeah, Woofer, I would have liked to have been able to indicate inside and outside, but I don't think there was a way to do that on this puzzle because this puzzle was in Penpa. Like, this would have been the perfect puzzle to put in CTC, because then it's easy to do it. But I know KNT is anti-CTC app. But this would be perfect in the CTC app, because then you could just use flashes, and then it would all work out nicely. It's possible I could have had like two different colors for one color for outside not Tetromino, one color for inside not Tetromino, but it does seem messy. But I agree it would have helped. I mean, that was ultimately the problem, was that I was sort of having trouble sort of keeping track of what I knew was inside and outside up here. I think it is a vast, vast understatement, Jim Baker, to say that the CTC app is nicer than Penpa. The CTC app is wonderful, and gets better on a daily basis, whereas Penpa has not changed in the 2.5 years I've been doing this. But yeah, that was a very cool puzzle. There's a lot of neat stuff going on here. So nice job, KNT. Definitely this was definitely one of those like LMD3s that's only an LMD3 because anyone who would rate it higher than a 3 didn't finish the puzzle. This is considerably harder than the 4 I did earlier in stream. But nonetheless, this is exactly the way, or like this is the nice kind of way to sort of like have my brain pushed around trying to visualize these things. But it was quite difficult, but not at no point do I think it was difficult in a way that was unfun. It was just difficult. And that's generally what I like about pencil puzzles, is I like pencil puzzles that sort of require this sort of like thinking about things differently. By the way, that reminds me, I did recently test a pencil puzzle for Jetty, who has tested dozens and dozens of my puzzles. If you ever see Jetty put out a pencil puzzle, do it right away, because all the pencil puzzles I have tested for Jetty have been excellent. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and then we can come back with some 6x6s. So I will be right back. Alrighty, let's have a look at this this yin-yang puzzle. So yesterday, Rangsk did a yin-yang puzzle that I made, and then commented that he'd already just happened to have made a yin-yang puzzle for my 6x6s, so let's do that. So let's read the rules. So we've got normal 6x6s, normal between lines, so the digit on the line has to be between these two cells. This is a ratio dot, meaning that these two cells have a ratio of 1 to 2. And we need to shade some cells such that all shaded cells and all unshaded cells are connected, and no 2x2 is entirely shaded or entirely unshaded. This actually, 1 second. I'm gonna try my best to prove the thing that I've claimed before, because a few people have asked me about it. 1 second. I'm gonna try and go over the proof of the yin-yang thing that I think is super weird. 1 second, but I'm going to pull up a blank grid to do that. Okay, so here's the yin-yang thing. So first of all, let me say what the yin-yang things are that are sort of standard, and then I'll show you a very non-standard yin-yang thing. So the two sort of standard things in a yin-yang are that you can't ever have a checkerboard pattern in the grid. Because remember, just to repeat the rules, the yellows have to connect to yellows, the purples have to connect to purples, and I can't have any 2x2s. But if I connect this yellow to this yellow, I've now made it so this purple can't connect to this purple. Barring that you do what I did in the puzzle red and blue, where I had some puzzles or some cells that were allowed to be both. I want to revisit that idea, like yin-yang, but some cells can be both colors. I think there's potential there. So that's one rule. And the other rule that comes up is that along the border, you always have one run of yellow and one run of purple, either of which can be 0 cells in size, if you like. And so we end up with something like this. If we connect something like this, where I've got two sets of yellow, we run into the connection problem again, where I have to connect the yellow to the yellow, and in so doing, I make it impossible to connect the purple to the purple. Okay, so that all is very surprising and interesting to discover for the first time if no one's ever told you this or you've never figured those things out before. There was some very poor commentator who's like, why is Simon suddenly inventing a no yin or a no checkerboard rule? There's no checkerboard rule in the rules when Simon was solving my recent yin yang. But the thing that I learned recently that I wanted to go over in a little bit more depth is the fact that this has no solutions. And the way you're meant to see that this has no solutions is I'm just going to draw in sort of a start to a solution to this and then sort of articulate why it doesn't work. Let's just imagine that that's the yellow. Obviously, it's not going to work. But what you have to think about is oops, I want this on edge only. You have to think about the path that goes around your yellow region. Okay. So whatever your yellow region is, you end up with a path that looks like this. Now, the rules of yin-yang have an interesting consequence in terms of which cells this path, the green path, has to visit. So the no 2x2 rule is actually telling you that you have to visit every internal node. So if I had correctly filled this in, the no 2x2 rule tells me I have to fill in this, I have to visit this node. So, and likewise, I have to visit this node, and I have to visit this node. Any unvisited node is either all yellow or all purple. That's thing one that you have to observe in order to understand why this puzzle is broken. And so the question is, if I have to visit every internal node, how many nodes does a hypothetical solution to this puzzle, where it's just those two cells along the outside, how many nodes does it actually need to visit? And so it needs to visit every internal node, which is how many? This is 8 by 8 on the inside, so that's 64 internal nodes, plus then these 3 external nodes. 1, 2, 3 there. So the point is, this would visit, any solution would visit 67 nodes. Isabella, it is 8 by 8 because I'm counting the nodes, not the squares. So the grid itself is 10 nodes by 10 nodes. So it is, when I knock off one node on either side, it ends up being 8 nodes by 8 nodes for the inside piece. And so the key thing about that number 67 that we just said, which is the number of nodes any solution to the inside of this grid has to have, is that 67 is odd. And the problem with it being odd is that every loop that you draw that's like this always has an even number of steps. And so it needs to visit an even number of nodes. Why is it always even? It's because every time you go up, you also have to go down. And every time you go left, you also have to go right. Because you have to get back to where you started, otherwise your loop isn't a loop. And so because ups and downs are always paired, and lefts and rights are always paired, what that means is that you always, in any loop, need to take an even number of steps. So no matter how I draw the yellow in, regardless of any other rules, no matter how I finish my contiguous group of yellow, the loop around it is always going to visit an even number of nodes, which means it's never visiting 67. And so what that means is, in fact, there are always going to be 2x2s that are unfinished. And you can get very, very, very far in finishing the grid, believe me, before you sort of get to the point where you're forced to have a 2x2, but you'll always have one. Right? And so this grid like this is intrinsically broken. And so this actually ends up being a rule that you can use to determine this weird parity thing that happens on the border of a yin-yang. But notice that yellows on the edge do something very different than yellows on the corner. So the rule ends up being really complicated if you try and like put it into words. So you might think, oh, you have to have an even number of yellows, but unfortunately, it's not quite that you have to have an even number of yellows, because this, I think, is also broken, because I have my 64 internal nodes, plus how many nodes do I have to visit on the outside? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is also broken, even though there's an even number of yellows, and it's because the corner contributes a node that counts in a different way. So anyway, this is all by way of saying if you're setting a yin-yang puzzle, be very, very careful because it's very easy to accidentally break it. But this does mean at any point, if you're doing a yin-yang puzzle and you know all but one of the color, or if you know the color of all but one cell on the border, then you actually secretly know the color of the last cell. If you're willing to go through this, this sort of parity counting argument. Note, it depends very much on what the dimensions of your grid are. So the fact that this is a 9x9 grid means the parity is going to work out very differently than if I did a 10x10 grid, which is the usual pencil puzzle grid dimensions. But it does mean that if you're solving Baby Dragon and you get to the point almost immediately where you know the color of all but one thing along the edge, if you are willing to use this like 17 out of 5-star deduction, then you can actually figure out the color of the last one. Of course, the puzzle is very deliberately set up so that you do not need to know any of this. But this is just all sort of because I've promised and a few people have asked, how do you actually prove that this thing has no solution? That's the trick, is to think about the path that goes around the boundary of either your yellow cells or your purple cells, and think about the fact that that path always has an even number of steps. Okay. Anyway, I thought that was really cool. Yes, I would never, ever set a puzzle that required that deduction. So as Woofer says, this is more useful if you're setting than if you're solving. And I don't even know that it's anything that's necessarily super useful for when you're setting, other than knowing that you might accidentally break it if you're not careful. But I just thought it was awesome just as a sort of math thing. I constantly like play with the idea that I'm going to like write a book that's like the math of puzzles that goes over this kind of thing. And if anything is ever going to push me to actually do it, it's going to be this one. Cause I think this is the coolest like interaction of puzzles and math, that I have ever seen. Like things like penalties in Hayawake are cool, but I think this is even cooler. Anyway, that is a long, lengthy aside that I'm sure is not going to help us solve Rangsk's puzzle. But we do get to solve Rangsk's puzzle anyway. So when we do that, Mario asks if the color of this cell matters, and it does because it affects this lower right node. Whether this cell is colored or not changes the color. Oh, sorry. In a sense, it doesn't matter because it actually affects 2 of the nodes, right? No, it affects 3 nodes. So yeah, this affects 2 nodes, right? So it doesn't actually matter because it affects, if I change this cell to purple, Mario's point is that it changes whether that node is included and whether that node is included. And so parity-wise, it has no impact. I don't think so, Hook. So Hook asks if this also works on things like Tapa. And I think the answer is no, because I think the no 2x2 rule in Tapa is only for shaded cells and not for unshaded cells. Or is it the other way around? I think it's either just for shaded cells or just for unshaded cells. And so I think you don't get the visits every node requirement out of that. Unfortunately. So I don't know that it applies out of the box to anything other than yin-yang. Okay. We have an additional rule, however. Between line circles act as minesweeper clues. Circles are always unshaded, and their value is the number of surrounding cells which are shaded. Okay, so we're going to make unshaded yellow. So we've got all of those are unshaded, and their value is the number of the surrounding cells which are shaded. Okay. So this is interesting. Okay, so we've got a lot of yellow on the border. I'm trying to decide if there's some connection around the border that would break. Yes, these two can't connect. That's the point. If these two connect, that's a problem, because I've created a 2x2 if I do that. And so therefore these two don't connect around the border this way, so they instead connect around the border this way. So those are all yellow. Now, by the avoid a 2x2 rule, these two are shaded. Now, this shaded needs to connect, and this shaded needs to connect, and this shaded needs to connect. So these all come out. This needs to be shaded to avoid a 2x2. This needs to be shaded to avoid a checkerboard. So now we can write in some digits. So, for example, this digit is a 2, because it now sees 2 shaded cells. And so now this dot does not have a 2 on it, so the 1, 2, 4 string is broken. So this is a 3, 6 string, but I can't make this a 6, because if I made this a 6, what would I put here to make it 6 between 2 and that thing? So actually I get the 3 and the 6, like that. So this can only be a 4 or oh, actually, I don't even need to say it can only be a 4 or a 5. It just is a 5, because that is how many things are written in. This is a 1 while I'm writing in things that I can write in. Let's see. Okay, so I said by this point... Oh, I don't know which direction, actually. I don't yet know something that has to be shaded. But I'm getting there. This has to be a 2, because it sees those 2. 1 is placed. Woofer points out that's a good spot. So these are... Oh, and 4 and 5 are placed. Also by Sudoku. These are a 3 and a 6. These are a 2, 4, 5. This certainly isn't 2. This certainly isn't 5, just by between-liney goodness. These cells are 3, 4, 6. That one's certainly not 6. So this one's not 3, because if that were 3, I would need to put like a 3.5 there, and that's not going to work. But 4 is the most shaded cells this could possibly see. So it must see 4, and so all of these are shaded. So therefore that's a 3 and a 6. This is unshaded because I need to avoid having a 2x2. There. Okay. So these digits are a 1, 6, and something. 1, 6, and 4. Except this one just is the 1. So those are a 4, 6. These are a 2, 3. These are a 1, 5. What percentage of Rangsk puzzles are roped? I feel like almost every Rangsk puzzle ends up being roped. So there's no 1 in either of these circles. So the fact that there's no 1... right. This one is interesting, because this sees 1 shaded cell so far. It could see up to 2 more. But it can't see 2 more, because that would make it a 3. Well, roped vertically, Codec. Not all 6x6s are roped vertically. But this one is, at least over here. So this has to be a 2. So that's not a 2. So therefore that's a 2. So one of these 2 is shaded. and the other's unshaded. One of these two is a 2. Okay, this is a 4 or a 5 based on whether this is shaded or not. This digit's at least a 4, because it can't be a 3. So this has got to be a 5 or a 6. Right. My gray has to get here. If this cell is yellow, then all of these are yellow. So these are all gray. That's Ambrose's point. Now the yellows have to connect, so that cell's definitely yellow. So this is a 4 or a 5 for sure. I don't quite know what this is yet. Okay. One of these two's a 5. Okay, what am I supposed to notice about the shading here? So if this is shaded, that's unshaded. If this is unshaded, that's shaded. That's shaded. So you're telling me this can't be, there can't be 5 shaded cells around here? Okay. Exactly one of these two. In order for this to be 6, I would actually need to shade all of these. Okay, never mind. This is much, much, much easier to see than I thought it was. Martin makes a very good point. If this is a 6, all of these cells are shaded, but now this yellow is disconnected. So therefore, this is a 5 and a 4, which makes this a 1 and a 5 and a 6 and a 4. If this isn't shaded, this is getting to at most 4, which isn't going to work. So that's definitely shaded. This is a 3, just by Sudoku, and that's a 6. So that's a 2 and a 3, and that's a 2. Let's see. Okay, so this is... Woofer says this is shaded, because if this isn't shaded, then I would need both of these to be shaded. And now, right, these can't both be shaded because it would make a checkerboard. And so if those aren't both shaded, this needs to be shaded, is Woofer's point, and it's a very good point. So this is unshaded to avoid a 2x2. This is shaded to avoid a checkerboard. And this is unshaded to preserve connectedness. And so now this is a 6 and a 3 and a 6. These digits down here are a 1 and a something, a 1 and a 4. This digit here is a 5, making that a 4 and a 5, making that a 1 and a 4, making that a 1, making that a 3. Sweet puzzle. My heart aches slightly at the idea of trying to make a 9x9 of this that actually solves. I worry that it may not it may not end well. But that was very cool. I liked that a lot. But a perfect little bite-sized 6x6. Alrighty. By the way, if I've not previously explained this, or if you I've explained it, but if you've not heard this before, I do accept basically open submissions for 6x6s. So if you go on the Discord, link down below to the Puzzle Plaza Discord, there's a thread in my Discord channel where you can just throw 6x6s. Also, if you want to talk about the stream or how cool I am or whatever, there's a Discord all for that. So if you are interested. Anyway, I'm going to pull up another 6x6. I'll be right back. Alrighty, let's do German Skyscrapers by J. Dyer. Numbers along a German whisper line in 6x6s have to differ by at least 3. So note the difference is smaller than in a 9x9. And these outside clues are skyscraper clues. So they tell you how many buildings you see. Oh, do I have the... Oh, yes, I have a clue slightly cut off the bottom. There we go. How about that? That seems to have fixed it. I could see it. You just couldn't see it. So they tell you how many buildings you could see if you're in a world where higher buildings block lower buildings. So let me just, like, write in 4, 6, 5, 3, 1, 2... the way that skyscrapers work is if I look from this side, I see the 4, and I see the 6. So 4 is less than 6, so I see that. But then I see none of this, because the 6 is now too tall. It blocks my ability to see all of those. On the other hand, if I look from this side, I see the 2. I don't see the 1, because it's covered by the 2. I see the 3... I see the 5, and I see the 6, but I don't see the 4. And so this skyscraper clue would be a 4. It's just the number of cells that are seen. So that is how skyscrapers work. So this 3 is interesting because because I know on Whispers I have to go high, low, or low, high. If I wanted to make highs go first, then these would be high, these would be low, and the only way this would work is if this was 4, 5, 6 exactly. The question is that broken? So this would be 4, 1, 5, would be 6, 2, 3. Annoyingly, no. That is possible. Yes, sadly, that looks good. So is the other direction broken? I thought that was going to be the direction that was going to be broken. So the problem is this digit has to be a 3 now, because I need to put a 3 in one of the blue cells, and 3 only goes next to 6. So the reason why I can't put a 3 here is because I'd have to put 2 6s in the row, which is going to cause all sorts of problems. So that would have to be a 3, and that would have to be a 6, but now the skyscraper clue should be a 2. Okay, so it is actually the way that I thought for sure it wasn't going to be. It goes to show how my intuition works. So it is exactly the thing that I wrote down before. It is that. Okay, so now where is the 3 in this column? The 3 in this column can't go on the German Whisperer because it would be next to a 6. And there's a 6 in the column already. So the 3 is actually here. The 3 can't go here either because it would be next to a 6. So the 3 is here. I can't put a 3 here because... Oh, maybe I could. I can't put a 3 here because it would be next to 2 6s in the row. So one of these two is a 3. 3, 6 would be perfectly okay there. So I don't think I know anything about 3s down here. Okay. But 3, 6 isn't broken. 3, 6, I think FGem is trying to tell me something, and I think I'm being dense. But 3, 6 would be a skyscraper of 2, right? And this is a skyscraper of 2. So let's see. So Math Pesto is suggesting I do my coloring of this line, which I can be convinced to do this. And so the point is, these two are both the same color, and so therefore, because I've used 2 of the lows, and there's only 3 lows, yellow can't be blue. Yellow is, in fact, orange. That's very nice. And therefore, green is blue. And therefore, that's not 3. So therefore, this is 3 and blue. And therefore, oops. 3 again can't be an orange, so this is again 3 and blue. And so this cell is 3 and blue. This can only be a 4 or a 5. Oh, it can't be a 4, because 4 would need to go next to 1, and I've already used the 1. So this has to be a 5, 2. And now, if I don't make this a 6... Oh, no, never mind. I just need one of these two to be a 6, but of course one of them's a 6. I have started in good standing. Well, this can't be a 4. So this is a 6. So we've got that. This is orange. I mean, of course, these are a 1-2 pair. Right. This can't be 4 is the point. Math Pesto, Carl, several people in chat saw that. This can't be 4 because these would both be 1. So this is 5 and that's 4. These are a 1-2 pair. This is orange. Right. This also can't be 4. Same reason. If this was a 4, I could only put it next to a 1. So this is a 5, and that's the 4. Thank you, chat. I feel like we didn't really use this skyscraper clue in any sort of meaningful way. By Sudoku, it's being pointed out, this is a 4. And so that's a 1 and a 2 and a 1. So therefore, this is orange because it sees 1, 2, and 3. Let's see. What else sees 1, 2, and 3? This sees 1, 2, and 3, so it's orange. And so that's blue. And so that's orange. And so that's blue. So that's a 2 and a 6 and a 1. This is a 6. That's a 4. That's a 4. Just trying to see a slick, like all of these, or this cell sees every color kind of business, but I don't quite. 6 is placed here, though, so we can just finish the puzzle that way. So 6 is placed there, so that's going to be blue, so that'll be orange, that'll be blue. So this will be 2, 6, 2, 5. And now I need a 6 in this column, which is going to have to go there. So it's going to be orange and blue. And so that is a 1 and a 5. That is a 1 and a 6. Lovely puzzle. Quite enjoyed that. Yes, you are catching the last 8 minutes, Rangsk, but I did enjoy your puzzle quite a bit. And I explained the weird thing about the border in some depth as a result. If you are interested in knowing weird border things, alrighty. I could probably do one more 6x6. So let me pull up one more 6x6 that looks hopefully not too terrible. I'll be right back. Alrighty, let's try this one by Isabella. We have normal Sudoku rules. Digits can't repeat inside a killer cage, and all the cages have the same total, which must be determined by the solver. I suspect that determining it won't be the hardest thing I've ever done. Little killer, the little killer has the same total as the killer cages, and then these are consecutive. Okay. So 21 times 6 is the total of all of these cages. How many of these are there? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, Isabella. Isabella was the setter I trusted to give me a 6x6 that I could do in 7 minutes. Sorry, Isabella. So this is 9 total cages. So 21 times 6 divided by 9 is 21 times 6 divided by 9 is 14. So the total of the cages is 14. So we need to make all the cages and this diagonal add to 14. Okay, so what do I do with the fact that all of these cages add to 14? There's got to be some clever way to batch these together where the fact that they add to 14 is useful. I will believe that when I do one that takes less than 30 minutes, Andrew. Okay, so I know things like I know these two cells sum to 7. Does that help? Not immediately. Yeah, what am I... Can I do something with the little killer? So, like, the little killer tells me things like this cell is the sum of those two. Okay, well, if 2 to 10th wants me to color 7 pairs, I'm not going to say no. So the value is 14. Do I know that this is a different 7 pair than that 7 pair? It's not off screen, Eric. It's just blank. Wait. Right. The point is these sum to 7. Okay. So these two cells sum to 7. Yes, Eric, the little killer is blank, but it is also 14. But it is blank. So the reason you can't see the clue for it on the screen is because there isn't one. So these two cells also add to 7 by row 1, so therefore that's orange and that's orange. Okay, so that is interesting. So now the question is, where does orange go in this column? And so both oranges need to go into this cage. And both oranges need to go into this cage. In the column. So these two aren't orange. So where are the... Okay, so where are the oranges in... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, I was going to say something that I think was wrong. So let's see. So this is certainly a different way of summing to 7, for example. Do I know if these are also green? Where are the oranges in row 3 is excellent. Yes, where are the oranges in in row 3? Asked 2 to 10th. By the way, I enjoyed your interview 2 to 10th. I have to watch the second half of it still because the second half Rangsk was doing my puzzle. These two are orange because I can't repeat orange in a cage, so these two are both orange. Does that answer my question about whether these are green or not? Yes, because these can't be green. Because if either of these cells was green, they would need to both be green because they need to sum to 7. And so therefore these are green. And therefore these are my last way to sum to 7. They can be purple. In order to make that happen. So now where are greens in row 4? Actually, maybe not. Maybe I don't yet know that. Right. Okay. So these two cells can't be green because they see both green. So these two are green and these two are purple. Is 2 to 10th's point. Okay, so therefore purple is 2-5. So purple touches purple touches. So the 3 ways to make 7 are 1, 6, 2, 5, and 3, 4. 3, 4 only touches 2, 5 by white dot. 1, 6 only touches 2, 5 by white dot. So the fact that purple touches both orange and green by white dot means that these are 2, 5. That is very clever and well spotted and well set. Okay. So I guess these are also 2, 5. So that means anything that green touches has to be purple by a white dot, right? Because green is either 1, 6 or 3, 4. And so if green was 3, 4, this could be green, except it can't be. So I think these are both forced to be purple by the fact that they have a white dot relationship with green. And orange definitely doesn't have a white dot relationship with green. And all the greens are gone. So I think these are purple. So where are the greens in row 6? These are both purple to finish off the row. I can do that one. These have to be orange because I can't put oranges there. And so these have to be green. So no oranges there, no oranges there, no oranges there. So the row 4 oranges, by the no repeating oranges in a cage rule, the row 4 oranges are here and here. And so now, I need these to both be oranges as well, because now I've just placed the oranges down here. Okay, so these need to either be both green or both purple. And these need to be both green or both purple. Well, orange doesn't dot anything but purple. So these are purple. And so we've got that. And so if those are purple, then these are green. And so now these are the greens for this row. And these are the purples. So I think we've got all of that set out. Okay, so I know the purple is a 2 or a 5. I was hoping I would get either 2 oranges on a dot across from each other or 2 greens on a dot across from each other, which does not seem to have happened. So if this is not a 5, if this was a 2 instead, I would need these to add to 12, which would require them be 6 and 6, but they can't be 6 and 6 because they're different colors. So that's got to be 5 and 2 and 5 and 2 and 5. So now these need to add to 9 without using a 5. So not 5, 4, and so therefore they have to be 3, 6 because they can't involve a 7 or an 8. So these are 3, 6. So this is not 3 or 6. This is the not 3, 6 green. So the not 3, 6 green is 4 or 1. So this is 1 or 4 is the point, right? Because the one orange is 3, 6, but remember the oranges add to 7. So once one is 3, 6, the other is 1, 4. But 1 and 5 are not consecutive. So that is a 4 and a 1, which now makes that a 2, makes that a 6 and a 3. Now this is a 3 and a 4 and a 5. Now this is a 6. So that's a 1 and a 6, and a 1 and a 6, and a 1 and a 6, and a 4 and a 3. And a 5 and a 2, and a 5 and a 2, and a 2, and a 1 and a 6, and a 1, and a 4 and a 3, and a 4 and a 3, and a 3 and a 4. Very nice. That was quite a cute little little coloring exercise. Though you did make me divide. Rebel. I probably would have just called the puzzle 14, but it was not an especially arduous task to figure out what the total was. So I do not mind. Very cool puzzle. As predicted, not very long, but very nice. The things people have managed to come up with in the 6x6s, I'm really impressed with what people have done. Yeah, the 6x6s have just been great. Cracking the Cryptic should put out an app of 6x6s. But anyway, thank you everyone for coming by today. We've had a lot of really great puzzle submissions today, so I've really enjoyed them. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you haven't yet, please take a chance to like the stream on your way out. That is very helpful. If you're new, welcome. I always love hearing from new people, by the way. So if you are new, please feel free to say hi in chat or in the comments or whatever. Always happy to see some new folks. And if you were interested in supporting the stream, and you don't already, you can do so by clicking the join button down below. And for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream. I do stream for about 50 hours a week, so you can factor that in as you make your decision. If you can't or whatever, please, I hope you feel welcome all the time. But if you do want to support the stream, we try and give you little perks. Like, for example, you get the Zach emotes. You get the green name in chat. So anytime you see someone with a green name in chat, you can appreciate their contribution to keeping things going. You get a little windmill by your name. You get access to the zetamath exclusive Discord, which I can't promise is super exciting, but you do get embarrassing outtakes of me trying to say words, for example, from time to time. And if you go up to the next level, then you get access to the list of puzzles I'm thinking of doing, and you can vote on them. And then I always do them at the beginning of stream, whatever the one people have voted on the most. So anyway, if any of that appeals to you, by all means, I appreciate it. I thank all of you who already support. It means a great deal. I also would like to thank the people who support at the top level. So those are David, Michael, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, and Andreas. It still amazes me that people do that. I really appreciate it. Uh, Will shows up at the end. So there is a Patreon as well. I am indifferent between whether you support on Patreon or YouTube. I just figured at the end saying all of that is that. But if you prefer Patreon for whatever reason, patreon.com/zetamath works. I should say you get your name on the screen at the end to say thank you and all of that. So all of that you get as well. And there we thank people who are both on Patreon and on YouTube. So whichever you like better. And yeah, sorry, Will, but I will say hi to Tristan and Zach for you. And you can always go back and watch the VOD if you want. But that's all for now. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. And as I go, you can watch the names of all the people who support the stream. Thank you so much. It's so cool for me to see all of you who enjoy this and support the stream. I look forward to seeing you all. My next stream is Wednesday. So I look forward to seeing you then. And bye for now.